before you and ask guidance. Women and men of this assembly, bless the citizens of our nation, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Please keep all who work in this chamber in health. May faithfully fulfill the great responsibility given to them in their work and service as parliamentarians and staff. All this be done here today, keeping your honor and glory. Jesus Christ. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Friday, December 16th, 2022 to be confirmed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed.
Announcements by Your Honour.
I wish to acknowledge the presence of family members of the families of Sir Morris King, Sir Warwick Franklin, and Mr. Leroy Sisnett, and those online for Mr. Clifton Neblett. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge the presence of Miss Stephanie King, Miss Eva King, Lady Haynes, Miss Marva Sisnett, Mr. Ryan Sisnett and his spouse, and Mr. Sean Franklin, and members of the family of Mr. Clifton Neblett.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions, papers.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the annual and audited financial statements of the Grantley Adams International Airport, Inc. for the year ended March 31st, 2020, as well as the annual report and audited financial statements of the Barbados Port, Inc. for the year ended 31st of March, 2021.
Government notices. Private members' notices. Notice of questions. Reports from select committees. First reading of bills.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Duties, Taxes and Other Payments Exemption Bill 2023.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read the first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers. Congratulatory and/or victory speeches.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning at the first sitting of this honourable chamber for the year of our Lord 2023. First of all, let me wish all of my colleagues, all those within the precincts of Parliament, a very blessed and prosperous new year, and also to all who are visiting with us this morning and to wider Barbados as well. This morning, we have the opportunity to pay tribute to a number of what I consider to be loyal sons of the soil who have served not only in this chamber but in the other place, and who have distinguished themselves across this country, giving service to the people of Barbados. It is actually customary for those who have served at this highest level to be recognized as soon as possible after they have left this earth. Unfortunately, we had a number of challenges related to COVID. As many of you are aware, we were at one point relocated to offices over in Hastings. We had some issues here in terms of refurbishments that had to be done in this chamber, but COVID tended to compound the issue of being able to bring everybody together in one fixed place. And as a consequence, it was very difficult to provide an opportunity for families of the deceased persons to be able to be embraced in this way so that we could do the usual tributes. During the course of the past few years, though, we have lost a number of individuals who have served the country, as I said before, and we felt it fitting that at this first sitting of the House that we take the opportunity to honor and also to pay tribute in the place in which many of these individuals would have served, would have advocated for the people of this country, and certainly have given stellar service to Barbados as well. And so, as you would have indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, amongst us this morning, we have the family of the late Sir Maurice King. We also have his close friend, Lady Haynes, with us, along with his daughter, Stephanie. I believe his son, Adrian, is probably listening closely to the proceedings, and also his granddaughter, Eva, in our midst. We also have the family of the late Sir Warwick Franklin. His son, Sean, is present with us. Clifton Neblett's family, the late Clifton Neblett. Mrs. Marvo Neblett is watching online because the technology has facilitated us to be able to accommodate persons in this way. And we also have the family of the late Leroy Sisnett, his wife Marvo, and his son Ryan, and Ryan's son Amina as well, present with us this morning. I intend, Mr. Speaker, to provide an overview of all of these four individuals. I know that my colleagues will take the opportunity thereafter, including the Honourable Prime Minister, who is also out of the chamber right now because she's tending to estimates, and I therefore would want to provide that opportunity to speak to each of these individuals and then allow them the opportunity to follow thereafter. So I start first of all this morning with a tribute to Sir Maurice King, Queen's Counsel. Mr. King was born on the 1st of January of 1936, coincidentally 3 years before the start of the Second World War. He was educated at the Christchurch Boys Foundation School, and then later he went on to Harrison's College. I will not speak to which one of the institutions provided the better foundation for him, because I know that will certainly create...
Four of our former parliamentarians who we are giving tribute today. As the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East said, politics is a Herculean task. A lot of Barbadians, I believe, think it is a career of luxury and flying all around the place and big salaries and big perks and benefits, but the reality isn't that way, sir. You're on call 24/7. You are, in fact, a servant of your constituents, of the people of Barbados. And it is a tremendous sacrifice as well to your families. As you would know, Mr. Speaker, I took the personal decision not to seek entry into Parliament until my children were pretty big. I think my son, who is my younger child, would have been 17 when I first ran for this Parliament. I admire tremendously those who have entered politics, as some of the four fallen comrades who we are honoring today in this session have done, where their children were young, minor. That must be really a hard task, not only on the children, but on the wives of a politician to enter politics with their children young. I remember speaking to the son of a former parliamentarian, former cabinet minister, and he told me, in fact, he hadn't seen his father for about 3 days, and he asked his mother, "Wait, when is Daddy coming back to Barbados?" To be told, "Well, your father hasn't gone anywhere, he's just busy with politics and constituents." That is the sacrifice. So we fittingly honor and recognize the four former parliamentarians here today. So on both sides of the political fence, there's no political division when it comes to honor, and as the Honourable Leader of Government Business said, recognizing the contribution that members have made and the sacrifices they've made to serve the public of Barbados. I will speak specifically on Sir Maurice King, sir. Sir Maurice, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South East said, had a very distinguished political and legal career, sir, and having been a senator for 8 years, and in that time first seeking to enter this Parliament in 1971 in the constituency of Christchurch West. That was the first election, sir, when you no longer had double member constituencies. Before that, of course, there were 24 seats in this Parliament, elected Parliament, 2 in each of the 11 parishes and 2 in Bridgetown. But that election was the first election when you no longer had double member constituencies. You had many seats in St. Michael, sir, as you know, sir, being a St. Michael MP. You had some seats, of course, in Christchurch, and Sir Maurice ran first for Christchurch West. He ran against another distinguished Barbadian, sir, parliamentarian and attorney at law, now Sir Henry Ford. It was the first time both of them were contesting, sir, and it's ironic both of them, of course, went on to be distinguished attorneys general. And he did very well, sir, within the context of Democratic Labour Party support in elections in that particular constituency, which has always been won by the Barbados Labour Party. Sir Maurice came within 166 votes of winning the seat. And I remember that election well, sir, 1971. Of course, being born into a political family. So it was the first election that, at age 10, I was aware of as an individual. I mean, my parents couldn't leave my sister and me at home. So I was at political meetings every night with them and became politically aware from then. And I remember that was the either the second or third seat that was declared on the night of the election. And when I heard that Sir Henry had only won the seat by 166 votes, and that was, as it still is, one of the key and strongest Barbados Labour Party seats, I said, boy, well, we can't win the election, because if we could only win that seat by 166 votes, it means that the DLP will retain the government. And so said, so done. So Sir Morris did very well in that election. In fact, no other Democratic Labour Party candidate has done as well as he did in that particular seat in over 50 years now of elections. At that time, he was chairman of the National Petroleum Corporation, a major, of course, economic entity in our country. After that election, the Right Excellent Errol Barrow made him permanent representative to the United Nations and to the Organization of African States, and he was still a senator too, of course. And of course, he was still practicing law, to which he was called to the bar in 1960. He went on to again, for the second time, contest the seat, and this time to win, to serve in this elected parliament in 1981 in the constituency of Christchurch West Central. And he served with distinction for 3 terms, sir. He was made silk in 1984. I recall that time when he was made silk, sir. In fact, I was at Hewarden Law School then, studying, and he was made silk with another extremely distinguished Barbadian, Sir David Simmons, who ironically went on to become Attorney General of this country in the following year, 1985, and then the next year was succeeded by Sir Morris as Attorney General, and then in 1994 succeeded Sir Morris as Attorney General again for his second stint. Two other persons I recall were made silk at that time as well. I believe might have been Mr. Justice Sherman Moore, either Mr. Justice Sherman Moore or Mr. Justice Errol Chase, as they then went on to be. So Sir Morris served as Attorney General of this country for 8 years, and in 1989, he doubled up then, as well as Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Trade. So he had a heavy load in his ministerial responsibilities. So as Sir Henry, in fact, before him would have been Attorney General and Minister of Foreign Affairs. 1986, Sir, would have seen the Democratic Labour Party at its greatest strength, sir. That is true. Nothing like what it is now, sir. And I remember the Right Excellent Errol Barrow naming him on the night before election, confident, of course, that the Dems would win back the government in 1986, May 28th, I think it was 1986, naming him as Attorney General of Barbados. And he served in that capacity, sir, with distinction. And I always say one of the hallmarks of a politician is to end your political career without any blemishes, sir, without any indication of any corruption, any corrupt practices, your reputation intact. And you have to say that Sir Morris did that, sir. As the Honourable Leader of Government Business said, the only remote controversy I certainly remember about his career was when in the early 1990s, I think it was either 1991 or 1992, he made the statement about how there were no gangs in Barbados. When, of course, as we know, and as you certainly know, sir, as a practicing social worker then. There were just as much gangs then as there were now. But as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East said, you know, politicians sometimes like to try to spruce up things, but I remember that was a very controversial statement and was challenged immensely in the society as to its inaccuracy. Sir Morris was an outstanding lawyer, recognized as one of the leaders at the civil bar and certainly before the criminal bar. Sir, he was, as the Honourable House Leader said, recognized as one of the major Democratic Labour Party attorneys at law, I believe it's safe to say, with Askew Phillips, the late Askew Phillips as well, who of course was also Silk. Sir Morris would have actually appeared in court on behalf of the government in the very famous case of Ophelia King, the 8% cut case, in other words, because of course, as Attorney General, he would have piloted the legislation, I believe I'm correct to say, sir, in this Parliament, cutting public officers' salary by 8% in 1991, either 1991 or 1992. And Sir Morris was assured enough in his legal abilities and legal capacities to actually appear in court on behalf of his office to defend the constitutionality of that legislative passage and provision. And as we know, sir, ultimately he prevailed, the government prevailed, when many persons thought that it was unconstitutional to cut the salary of a public officer, sir. The courts, as far as the Privy Council, because it went to the Privy Council, decided otherwise. And there was one judge, sir, who dissented in all the three stages of that decision. Former Governor General, His Excellency Sir Clifford Husbands in the Court of Appeal, dissented in the Court of Appeal. From that, felt it was unconstitutional, but ultimately the Privy Council agreed that Parliament had that right by constitutional change to do that, sir, even in relation to those public officers who may not have consented to their salary being cut, because public officers had to sign a form saying whether they consent to the salary being cut or otherwise. Of course, sir, after the Barbados Labour Party came back into office in 1994, the then Parliament, led, of course, by the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, late Owen Arthur, late Prime Minister, would have then passed law making it unconstitutional, period, to cut salaries of public officers in the future. But as I said, that case, in my opinion, demonstrated the legal capacity and ability of Sir Morris King. I would have, as a much younger lawyer, sir, would have been on the opposite side of him in two cases. To my recollection, both would have been administrative law cases where I was acting on behalf of the Medical Council and Dental Council, respectively, being led by now Chief Justice of Barbados, sir, and one was Sally Coos and the Medical Council, the other was Alexandra Jean-Pierre and the Dental Council, sir. And I must say, sir, as you could easily imagine, sir, I would have learnt about administrative law in those two cases, one, as I said, being junior to now Chief Justice, and on the other side, hearing Sir Maurice King, sir. And after those two cases, certainly, sir, I felt that I was an expert on administrative law and the Administrative Justice Act of Barbados. I also remember being in a disciplinary hearing acting on behalf of the medical council, where Sir Maurice was acting on behalf of a doctor who, against whom the medical council had brought disciplinary charges. And in all these three legal matters, sir, I found Sir Maurice to be, as I said, extremely erudite, decent attorney at law, sir, who adhered to the principles and tenets of the legal profession in every way, sir. Courteous to judges, even though he was silk, and his voice alone gave him, and his physique, gave him, of course, a commanding presence. And I felt that, as I said, it was an honor to be in legal battles on the other side with him in those cases, and to learn about an aspect of law which I didn't know too much about before. Sir Maurice as well, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, has mentioned his association with the Barbados Workers' Union, sir, and this is not to be trivialized as well, for an attorney at law to work, and I'm sure in many cases, without payment, and even in terms of holding seminars for the Workers' Union members on various aspects of law, without payments, it is an honor, and it's part of the national service that people who have the benefit of an experience of being well educated must do in terms of giving back to their country, sir. And it's something that we have emphasized, that people must give back to this country, Barbados, where they have benefited from its educational system to the highest degree. And that's what Sir Maurice did. I also knew him, and I can't say that well. So of course, we're much different eras, but he would have been more my father's, of course, contemporary. And my father, in fact, was godfather to one of his nephews, his brother Edmund King's, who the Honourable House Leader mentioned, his son Christopher. So therefore, I would have seen Sir Maurice in some circles socially. I can't remember ever speaking with him in those circles. As I said, sir, I would have been obviously much younger. But I knew his family, Edmund, of course, who is also silk, still a practicing lawyer. And the distinction of this King family is also seen by the fact that another brother of Sir Maurice, Sir Cleviston King, was a permanent secretary in this country, and also received the second highest honor after National Hero, by being knighted as well. So Sir Maurice then retired from politics in 1994, sir, and that also gained my admiration, because I'm one of those who believes a politician must know when it's time to go, that you serve your best when you have your greatest capacity, and then you leave. And it is a relay race. It's not a race that you run the whole relay yourself. Relay race, you run your fastest on your leg, then you hand over the baton. And Sir Maurice, by 1994, must have clearly recognized that the time for the Democratic Labour Party as a government was about to expire, and that it was best to retire from politics undefeated, which he did. And like I say, that's, in my opinion, is always best to do that, rather than as some of his parliamentary colleagues did, ran again, lost the seat, end a political career in defeat. And even as far as 1999, you had two very distinguished members of the Democratic Labour Party, a former Prime Minister and former Minister of Trade, Foreign Affairs, still running again after extremely distinguished years in this elected parliament and ending their political career in a defeat. And that is something that I believe that politicians should avoid. So after 3 terms, Sir Morris felt that that was time enough, quit elective politics. He continued to serve in this country and to practice his legal profession. By that time, he was clearly one of the leading attorneys at law, advocates in the bar. He would have been very deservedly knighted in 2009, and no one can grudge him that, sir. And therefore, sir, I am happy to pay tribute to him today, but not only to pay tribute to Sir Morris, but to acknowledge the contributions, sir, of all 4 former elected parliamentarians who we are honoring today, and to thank the families of these 4 parliamentarians for being able, for agreeing, sir, to have their patriarch serve the people of Barbados, and not only serve their family and their community, sir. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you. Happy New Year to each and everyone in listening space of my voice. I want to thank the family of our former politicians that we are paying homage today. I want to say a special thanks to them for attending this special session. I also want to say that I ditto every single thing that was said by the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South East, and to my colleague who just sat, the Member of Parliament for St. James North, as it relates to the tribute they paid in terms of service to this country by our former parliamentarians. Some of us, unless we are involved actively, may not understand the commitment and sacrifice made not only for those of us who sit in this august chamber and represent the various persons and constituencies, but the sacrifice made by families. I think that is very important. And it would be remiss for me to get up and not to speak on that sacrifice and commitment, and the fact that sometimes the only person who is there to share the joy and happiness and sadness of a political journey are those persons in your immediate family, as I would call it, those persons who have that genetic link, who are there so that you can embrace and have those close consultations with. And I want to thank them for lending those persons for us so that they can help buttress this country and in terms of running our programs and ensuring that Barbados become a better place. So a special thanks to you all, a heartfelt thanks on behalf of obviously the government of the day, and certainly on behalf of the people for Christchurch West Central, because I really want to talk about Sir Morris and his contribution to the people of Christchurch West Central. It is known that all politics is local. And for me to be able to say and speak limpidly about the contribution that he has made as a lawyer in the legal fraternity, my colleague from St. James North spoke lucidly about his contribution, his pro bono contribution to the Barbados Workers Union. But I want to also talk about his pro bono contribution to the people of Christchurch West Central, because he was not only the representative for social and domestic purposes, but oftentimes the good people of Christchurch West Central would venture to his constituency office for legal advice, which he gave willingly and freely. I think that is important because we must understand that unless we have the unequivocal support of the people we represent, and unless we do good on their behalf, for a majority of times, then our efforts, I think, will go in vain as it relates to truly representing our people. I want to say that Sir Morris always located his politics in the, what I would call, in the envelope of Christ Church, and that is Christ Church West Central. He believed in the people of Christ Church West Central. He believed in empowering those people. And I see his family here. Stephanie's shaking her head because she would have heard the stories about the good people of Christ Church West Central and how that fight for those persons were important to Daddy, of course. And he lived and feel the pulse of the people of Christ Church West Central. So as their lone voice in Parliament, I want to say on behalf of the people of Christ Church West Central, an extended thanks to the family of Morris King, his son, of course, and his daughter and his granddaughter, Eva, who is here today. I want to say to them that thanks for giving him to us and to the people of Christ Church West Central from 1981 to 1994. I want to say so because sometimes we stay on different political areas of defense. But philosophically, once the interest of the people is dear to your heart, there is nothing that really divides us. And that is where my conversation will be located today. Once the interest of serving the people is the basis for your political journey, then although you may sit on different sides of the political fence, the philosophy remains the same. And that is the most important thing. So I can talk about the contribution, of course, of Sir Morris. But there was another Morris Ward who came before him, who would have started the journey. The Member of Parliament for St. James North spoke about passing on that baton. But along with passing on that baton, we must have equal connective sinew and energy to pass on that baton and to run that race. So when the baton was passed on from Morris Ward, we were thankful in Christ Church West Central that we had Sir Morris King to run with the baton to ensure that there was social and economic development for the good people of Christ Church West Central. And so I would elucidate on some of the programs and projects that he would have commenced in the constituency and some that he brought to fruition that the good people of this constituency is happy for up to this day. We had an area just below his constituency office. The land is still family land. And the people of Christ Church West Central, up to today, last month, we had a tournament on that same very land, which he gave to the people of Christ Church West Central. Which he gave to the people of Christ Church West Central and allowed them to use as a sporting facility. As a sporting facility. On his own land, his family land. The land is still vested in the family. And there have told the people of Christ Church West Central, continue to occupy it. Continue to play your sports there. Because with the limited space in the constituency, we know that there was a need to allow persons to express themselves in sports. And at the time of representing the constituency, sports across Barbados was seen back then, and still is now, as the one of the few mechanisms that can mitigate against the challenges of misadventure and maladaptive patterns of behavior by our young people. We know that sports is a social tool, a developmental tool. One can learn the tenets of hard work, discipline, selflessness, public state positiveness too. There are a lot of character building aspects of sports that can redound and can elasticize itself into other parts of your your personal dimension and growth and development. And that is what he saw when he allowed persons in the constituency to be able to play football and cricket on land that was his personal property. And for that, I want to say, again, my unreserved thanks to the family and for still allowing us, although he passed 2 years ago, to use this playing facility. The Morris King and Neville Cummins Pavilion, the Maxwell, you call, what persons in the constituency call the Maxwell Sports Club, a mecca for cricket in Christchurch, West Central, and in Christchurch in general, was the idea and brainchild of Morris King, Sir Morris King, sorry. His idea, his brainchild, because he believed again that there must be a hub for sports in the constituency. I know you can get persons playing hockey and tennis, along with cricket and football, in that same very sport facility in Christchurch, West Central. I must say, it is the only one. And we allow persons now, not only from Christchurch, but maybe from St. James North, to come and share the benefits of the vision of Morris King, Sir Morris King. We allow persons because the facility is that good. I call it the Mecca in Christchurch, without apology. Again, the vision of Morris King. It was no secret that he was head of a natural gas corporation. That's what it was called back then. And as such, again, I want to say that the good people of Silver Hill and Gull Hill and certain areas of Kent Hill benefited from natural gas being put in so that they can be able to pay a reduced fee for gas so they can cook food and enjoy their Norris Sunday lunch or whatever. That, again, was the work of Sir Morris. Because again, I said, he believed in putting the interests of people first. And that's why we are here. As pretty as it may sound, as romanticizing of the language, the parliamentary language, as we expose ourselves, the interest of the people at the end of the day is the reason why we come to this August chamber on a weekly basis, if time permits. And that was the genesis of his involvement in politics, to be able to serve the people of Christchurch, West Central. It was a call to serve. And when a lot of persons say no, he put up his hand and says, I am committed. I am committed to give of myself and my family to the people of Christchurch, West Central, and by extension, the people of Barbados. That is what he said. Evil prevail vain, good men do nothing. I want to say Sir Morris was not only a good man, but a great man. And I want to say it for the whole of Barbados to hear, and probably the region and the rest of the world. May his soul rest in peace and enter the gates of heaven. I know he's there just smiling as we are able to pay a tribute to him today. But it went further. It did went further in terms of his contribution. The roads in Silver Hill, Gull Hill, and Sergeant's Village, because at that time, a big part of the constituency was more western in Sergeant Village. And that era, he would have represented the persons in Sergeant Village and ensured that the tenantry roads were done. And we are thankful because as a constituent back then in Sergeant Village, I was happy when the roads were being done. I'm saying that politics is not all divisive as it may appear, because every single person that represents a constituency, I believe, does something good for the constituency, irrespective of whichever political party they serve. I believe so. I would not stand in this chamber and say nothing other than that. I believe that persons generally have the interests of people when they are called to serve. And when persons give them that vote of confidence, I believe that they will do their best to ensure that person's lives are transformed and they're in a better position at the end of the day. The extension of the units in Silver Hill and Gaw Hill was started by Morris King. Those extensions on the buildings and units, the housing area, those extensions were started by Morris King. So today, the benefits of having more persons being housed, again, I must pay a tribute to Sir Morris for that, because that was the vision of the man at the time, to see persons who were crying out for housing solutions being placed in those units at low cost. The ability to serve those at the bottom of the spectrum. And I think that he had those persons close to his heart. And he worked assiduously to ensure that they had not only the intangible state, but a tangible state in this Barbados. I think that is important, and it speaks volumes to the type of man that he was, the manner of man that he was. And as I said from before, the ability to serve the constituents. And I think that's very important, an important lesson for all young politicians to learn. But after him, the baton was passed to my good friend and my contemporary, Joseph Joajo. And of course, in the recent times before me, Stephen Lashley. But all of us did what we had to do to ensure that the voice of the people of Christchurch West Central was heard. And that action was started, of course, or commenced in the constituency to improve their lives. So I'm saying that he started the journey for a lot of the social programs in the constituency. The sporting programs, because he understands the linkages between sports and development, socially or otherwise. He started the infrastructure work. Persons now have natural gas in the constituency. The extension that I spoke to on the housing units. The upgrades to the units. He was committed, he was saying through probably the same lines as myself, because in one of his speeches, he made reference to the fact that Barbados is not only small, 166 square miles, but it has the potential to be one of the most beautiful countries in the Western Hemisphere. And so he believed that the constituency, the painting of the building, the National Housing units, and the planting of trees and things, that should have become part of the constituency. And so he ensured that those buildings were painted on a regular basis. I must say, as the now representative for the area, that I'm happy to be able to walk in his footsteps as a representative. I am saying that the people of Christchurch West Central are truly happy to have not only a political doyen from a legal perspective, but a man of the people, for the people, who understands the pulse of the people, whose heart and soul was for the betterment of the people of Christchurch West Central, who work with a respect expenditure to ensure that he was able to improve the livelihoods of those very people. And so on behalf of Christchurch West Central, the good and philosopher of Christchurch, I want to say thank you, Sir Morris, and a special extended thanks to his family for allowing us to share those moments with him. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to add my contribution to this offering of tributes to these distinguished persons who would have all collectively served Barbados with distinction. And it is a real great honor and pleasure to be able to be present today, to be able to put in my 5 cents worth. I would not have been as familiar with all of them in the same way that I would, or I have been with 2 of those persons whom I would wish to pay the tribute to today, and to thank God for their contribution to the growth and development of Barbados, and particularly in the fields where they served constituents, and of course their professional services that were offered to all Barbadians and others across this world. The first one I would wish to touch on, sir, is the one, both of them are familiar, have been familiar to me and to some of their families, but I would like to take this opportunity, sir, to pay tribute to none other than Lauriston Leroy Cisnet, a sweet-talking man. And Mr. Speaker, you would know of him. Although you're younger than I am, I was a Leroy Cisnet fan. And of course, the only radios we had would have been a little transistor radio at that time, when I would have been a younger person, and Rediffusion. But he served at the CBC, and of course, he did it with distinction. So it's a great honor, sir, and pleasure, a privilege for me to pay tribute to the late Laurisford Leroy Cisnet, a hometown boy from Bush Hall, St. Michael. And he became internationally known as Sweet Boy Leroy. Perhaps the Sweet Boy Leroy might have been other sweets, but indeed the Sweet Boy Leroy I knew was from the music, the love, the respect, the caring components that he carried with him in that job at CBC. And of course, he would have had the opportunity to probably play some music at other activities in communities, because we used to have the Dutch parties and the other parties and community life, and he must have been also very much engaged in that way. He endeared himself, Mr. Speaker, to his family, the neighbors, friends, all of Barbados. Sweet Boy Leroy, that name, that title, was on the tongues and the lips of every Barbadian and the people in the Caribbean. And he did not only have that name, Sweet Boy Leroy, because of his charisma, but the intonation of his voice. The people who were calling in, and he would play the music to suit. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, I love to dance. So I had a good opportunity to dance to the oldie goldies when my mother could not see me, because our parents were really very strict, no banjo in my house or whatever. But he did not stick to the calypso or the banjo. He made sure that it was the lovely oldie goldies that we need to bring back, you know, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I go down the street, my neighbors' radios are on, it's bang, 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 rock, rock, rock. And I cannot understand a single word. I really cannot understand the rap music. But then again, I am not of that era, and I don't begrudge anybody from this young generation, like the Honourable Member for St. James North and the others, who may understand it and love it. But I'm saying, yes, we have to have all kinds of genres of music, but the oldie goldies from Sweet Boy Leroy and the others who were at CBC and in other radio stations across the Caribbean really touched my heart. But he tipped it all. He topped it all off with whatever he was doing, the way he said it, the way he engaged the listeners. It really was a wonderful period in our history of music and entertainment with Sweet Boy Leroy and the others. So this hometown boy, he crafted the oratory skills, Mr. Speaker. You could not help but listen, even though you would be engaged in doing other things, run back in the house, because you didn't have any speakers, they couldn't use them really. But you ran back, they have them. Run back in the house to hear the nice oldie goldies that he would be playing, and the soothing way in which he handled what he was doing to really capture the hearts of all of us in this area of life. And therefore, I want to say that he was one of the most well-loved and popular disc jockeys or radio announcers, as well as one of the most popular politicians during that period of time that he would have served to Barbados at this distinguished level, sir. That hometown boy, he utilized those oratory skills. I can't get over it. He won the hearts and souls of his colleagues, and he trained under persons like the late Vic Brewster and others. So you know it was top-class training. There was no mediocrity in journalism or any of those areas, Mr. Speaker. At that time, I can't speak about now in the same way, because sometimes I hear some big language that comes through that challenges my heart as to where are we going. If in the past we were poor people, most of us, and we were able to become such great orators because we sat and we read, we internalized, and we made sure that the highest standard of pronunciation and all that filled the ears of Barbadians. It is not quite the same. We still have some excellent ones, but Sweet Boy Leroy took away my heart and the hearts of those in my generation and even the younger ones. Were he still around, Q in the community would be something else. It is a top-class community set of activities, and I have been one of the founding members, Mr. Speaker, sir. I could put that in now, when it was called Morning Glory. And therefore, I've been to two of them in recent times, the one at the Garrison and one other place. And the behavior, the music, everything, the traditional thing that we know, that people did not need to be afraid to go. When Sweet Boy Leroy was there, you didn't have to be fearful, because it was soothing for the soul and the spirit, and a touch of breath of fresh air in our hearts. And therefore, I take my hats off to him and all others of that generation who, with that hometown boy, filled the heart of people of Barbados and the Caribbean and the world with joy and contentment. Mr. Speaker, sir, he was not only a Barbadian disc jockey or commentator or whatever role he played in that area, though he was a Caribbean man, as well as somebody who was international. So I was really greatly enthused and greatly admired him for his wit, that congenial approach that he gave to his callers, his language, the oratory skills that he used, and the sweet twists of his tongue, that I believe it didn't only capture my people in my era, but it would have captured the ears of so many other women who would have wanted to probably get near to him, because, you know, when we see people at that level, so elevated, we big them up. Everybody wants to be their partner. Everybody wants to go and have a drink with them. Everybody wants to go around with them because they're walking with dignitaries. They're walking with well-established people, and it makes them, it elevates them to a level where they have that pride. You know, rub shoulders with Sweet Leroy, right? You know, and they will go on and on. It is a human thing. And so I was very glad to know him as a person and to respect him highly because of the way he treated people. And it is really a wonderful thing when politicians treat people with the respect that is due, because that was the next level of elevation that he was able to pursue when he became the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast. And of course, coming from that village, everybody was tooting for Sweet Boy Leroy, and he had the slogan that went with it. He was one of the most popular politicians I have ever met. And I pray that Barbadians will continue to have that lovely memory of him, that wonderful memory of him, who will give you the listening ear, who will give you a little kudo to make you feel good, who will impress you with whatever he did. And I trust that God will continue to bless him in wherever he is as a result of his contribution to Barbados. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate to me, to honourable members and the families and others who are within earshot, that that village boy shone like a diamond. And when he went to higher office to become a member of Parliament, he won with many votes compared to whoever his predecessor was. He has subsequently passed on, and there were other members of Parliament there, but the honourable member now for St. Michael Northeast was one of his great admirers. And she has filled in that gap to carry on that popularity and the level of service that Sweet Boy Leroy offered. She has elevated it to another level because these are different times. But people who supported him did it from their hearts. They did not do it to get a job in the way that sometimes you see it now. They did not do it to get anything. They just did it because of that commitment to want somebody strong, reliable, and someone with character to speak on their behalf at the highest level in this country. Sweet boy Leroy did that successfully. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate that his contribution to national development will always be remembered, particularly by the St. Michael Northeasterners, radio lovers, and others. He chose and married a beautiful woman, and where did he choose her from, sir? The parish of St. Thomas Arch Hall, the most popular parish in Barbados. I did not say constituency, but if I said constituency, it would be two. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, having gone into Arch Hall St. Thomas and chosen the most beautiful woman, and that then have children, it speaks volume of the man as a family man. And I want to highly congratulate his wife, an honorable woman, for having chosen him and stayed with him. Because sometimes you can have the best marriage, the best relationship in the world, and when you fall ill, all kinds of things happen. When people call in and give you rumors, all kinds of things happen. But his wonderful wife did what we call stickability, sir. Stick to it through thick and thin. According to my mother, when you get married, you say for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer. That wonderful wife, sir, who is in our presence today, stuck with her husband, despite his illnesses, despite whatever challenges, because when you're in politics, Mr. Speaker, you may not be in the same position that I am in, but when you're in politics, you are giving and giving and serving and serving. But the day that you can't give, you're the worst person in the world. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Many of us die as paupers. I want these young politicians in here to hear that. Many of us die, you know why? We want to satisfy. We want to give. We want them to vote for us. And they'll take that $100 that you give them for food. And then the next time, them so don't do nothing for nobody. So Leroy, I call him, did what he could, and his family supported him. His mother and others supported him in the exercise because they knew that from the heart, he wanted to serve people and to serve them with distinction. I have given him the passing grade, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's hard for me to give a passing grade. One has to merit it for me to say. I'm going to say what I have to say from my heart without malice, but I tell anybody a spade is a spade. So I'm not sugarcoating this, and Sir Leroy can hear me from where he is, to know that I always respected and admired him and the contribution he had made towards the development of not only radio, but the constituency for which he was chosen to give his representation. It is not an easy task, Mr. Speaker. You may know it probably nearly as well as I, but I'm an old stalwart, so I hope I can set some examples, sir, for you and the other honorable members here to follow, because you do not internalize those criticisms either. Sometimes people say, I don't want to see you. You came and you made me a promise and you didn't look back. But I don't think Barbadians quite understand, and that is our role now, to be able to educate Barbadians. It isn't every job that you come and ask for from a politician to guide you that you can get. I had a service since about 6 years ago or 2 months ago, and I get the job. If you don't meet the criteria, sometimes that's the problem. If there's no opening and a politician cannot manage the civil service to say, I can put you in the post office, I can get you in the police, I can get you to be in whatever ministry to become a teacher, we can help to guide you through the process. Prepare your CV, make sure you meet the qualification bar, ensure that you go in with a police certificate of character that is clear, so that there's nothing that will inhibit you. But we can't call and say to the Minister of Education, I need to get whatever my granddaughter's name is into the ministry as a teacher if she doesn't meet the qualification bar. If she doesn't meet that criteria, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is impossible. So we need, as a political party and as a government, to treat to the people out there who don't understand They go for jobs as security officers. You try to guide them through the process and then they fail the lie detector test. They can't get the job done, Mr. Speaker. We have to be more practical in treating to people. Sweet boy Leroy did what he could to assist the people, not only of St. Michael Northeast, but the people of Barbados and the Caribbean. And therefore, I wish, with my short intervention, sir, to say how really proud I am of his contribution to the development of Barbados. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there's no easy way of being married to someone for 49 years, I believe it has been. That is a whole lifetime. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That is nearly the lifetime of some of the honourable members in here. Some of them haven't even gotten there yet. So to have that stickability and that commitment to a marriage, and that commitment to serve as a wife, as a child, as a parent, as a guardian, as a neighbor, and a family member, and a constituent, it speaks volumes of the man, Sir Leroy. But you know what, sir, too, as I close? He was a distinguished graduate of the modern high school, of which I too, sir, was a member. And I believe in his era, he did not get that opportunity to get any free education, because poor people's children did not get the opportunity if they were not as sharp when they wrote that, what we used to call then, the screening test. My name never came back. So you know, Mr. Speaker, so I got pulled out of the loop, whether I had a little ability or not. But he must have written too, but because of limited spaces at that time in our era, in the 1940s and 50s, it would have been a challenge. They didn't have enough spaces. That's why we built the secondary schools and so. But he is a proud graduate of the modern high school, and that is where he was able to hone his skills to represent, to develop that warmth, that spirited support, that compassionate heart, that willingness to serve everyone. And I therefore wish to highly commend him for that astute leadership at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, and later on as a parliamentarian for the people of that distinguished constituencies. Today, Barbados is better from that local, national, regional, and international contribution made by Lauriston Leroy Cisnet. I want to, on behalf of my family and others, and the people of the parish of St. Thomas, sir, convey to his distinguished wife and family our appreciation, his wife Mavo, our appreciation to his children and others, as well as to the rest of that constituency. And I want to thank her sincerely for her astute support and guidance to her wonderful husband, now deceased. May his soul rest in peace. And may the angels continue to guard him, as well as to look after the family, because when a husband goes, and especially if at that time the pension was so small, if a wife did not have her own savings or work, she would not, and her family would not be able to survive. As I said, a lot of politicians die poor because of the giving spirit. And so it would be a challenge for her as well if over the years, when the salaries were so small for politicians, she and her family now have to survive. But may God continue to bless them as they do it in the same distinguished way that he would have done it, with comfort, with peace, and with dignity, to be able to carry on that legacy that he has left behind. And therefore, my deepest sympathy, though belated, in this respect, I would have done what I had to do before, but may his soul rest in peace, and may they continue to enjoy life. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, would I be able to do the second one, sir? As the honourable member did? Thank you very much.
Time.
Pardon, sir?
You still have time.
Thank you very much. I so appreciate it. I have to go to see about another 2 funerals, sir, and come back here once Parliament continues, so I thank you for that privilege. I want also now to go to none other than Clifton Adolphus Neblett, a graduate of the Great Allen School. I have a connection there as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. A good set of my family have been there. And that is what I liked about what took place in the past. You lived in St. Andrew, St. Peter, St. Joseph, St. Thomas, probably St. James or sections of St. James. The Allen School was the catchment We didn't have children crisscrossing all Barbados. That's something we have to look at. But another conversation, sir, not this one. So that graduate from the Allen School became a teacher at St. Andrew's Boys' School in his time as a young graduate. And a Mr. Carter, who was a person that worked after the public baths. You know, we had public baths. People were so poor, they didn't have a bathroom in their house. They had a little pit toilet in the yard and all that, but they kept them clean. And Mr. Carter was a public bath attendant. And he encouraged Clifton to help those poor people's children with lessons to prepare them for life, not just for any common entrance or screening test, to prepare them for life. And Clifton did it with an honor for free. He assisted them, therefore, sir, with the community development through the provision of the sessions for those impoverished children whose parents did not have the wherewithal to pay. Probably the parents worked in the agricultural belt, or they worked at the Rockland Bus Company, or they worked in the highways and transport at that time that we now call MTW. So they didn't have the extra thing. Plus, they had a lot of children, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, but I'm going to ask you how many children you have, and I dare you, sir, ask me how many I have. But there were parents in those days who had 8 and 12 and 15 children. And they did not have the wherewithal, the spending power. But he chose to tithe his time, having been a student at the Allen School, to the people of St. Thomas, or St. Andrew. So he had already laid that foundation for the kind of support that he received later on. Also, Mr. Speaker, he migrated to England and pursued a degree in accounting. And then he went over to Guyana, and he offered his services there in the bauxite industry as an accountant. And after that, he returned to his homeland. But he did not return empty-handed. He may have come back with a few dollars in his pocket, but he returned with a beautiful Guyanese wife, whom I honor and respected highly because of the relationship that we had, having only met her when he returned from his sojourn there, sir. And therefore, he chose to be able to offer his services at parliamentary level to the people of St. Andrew, whom he loved and worked with in the best way he could, and he was successful. And I want to say that his representation at that time was different. Different because he understood all the aspects of politics. At one point in time, Mr. Speaker, politics in Barbados had gone so low where people would want to flatten your car tires and burn your house. I came through that era, so I know. And say awful things about you and all that. Brother Clifton did not do that. He made sure that he embraced everybody despite what side of the political fence they were, because that was the man I got to grow to know. And so there was no malice, no spite, no disrespect to anyone. That was not his personality anyhow, because he was always like a smiling angel. Whenever you saw Clifton, Clifton is smiling. And smiling, a big man, but smiling. He was a gentle giant for me and the man that I happened to have known for all those years. And so he served his people in St. Andrew to the best of his ability. He would not have been able, perhaps, to give as much as he could. And life was so hard for most of the people in Barbados. But Clifton did his best, according to how I measured him. From 1986 to 1991, he had that 5-year term. And during that period, he became the parliamentary secretary of the Prime Minister's office, and of course, in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. He was a sociable, reliable, and forthright person who did not do the mudslinging. And I want young politicians to learn that. You can have different comments on the other sides of the fence and so, but to get down to call the children's name and to get down into family life and say the awful things, we can make it reciprocal too. But no, that does not show the maturity and the common sense that we have all learned as young people growing up, and how to give respect to each other, to be able to work collectively in serving the people of Barbados, and know that everything is on the technological wing. Then can you imagine? I saw a discourse there last week at one of the parliaments in Caribbean, and I was very disturbed. So the mudslinging was not a part of Clifton's life. He was always sedate, always accommodating. And even when he was angry, you couldn't tell so easily because he'd be smiling all the time. And I always say, what is the measure of this man? Whenever I met him with his wonderful wife, as I had indicated earlier. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, he embraced persons. He fought for their rights and their needs at every level, without fear or favor. So he, like many of us, or all of us now in here, we fight for our constituents, Mr. Speaker, and he also fought for them and their needs and never backed down when he had to ensure that his constituency's needs were met. He would always go back at it again like Matlock, always in your face. That was the Clifton that I knew, but with respect. And I think that that was a very measured way of him doing what he had to do. I believe that his strongest support, sir, would have been in Shorey Village and Belle Plaine and Walkers and the other communities, and so he won. I think that would have been, he would have run after L.B. Brathwaite had exited the political system, or he had run against him and he had gotten beaten. I can't remember it all. And of course, as was said earlier by the Honourable Member and Leader of Government's Business, he too had long years of fighting for the rights of the people of White Hill and the other communities, because we all know that St. Andrew has a lot of slippage in the Scotland district, sections of St. Thomas and St. Joseph, and I believe St. Peter. They're all, and perhaps St. James as well. And he would always be in the vanguard for the people of St. Andrew to get better roads, to get better bus service, all the utilities that were required to help them to get jobs and so, because empowerment was what he stood for in every sphere of what he did. And so, Mr. Speaker, that smiling man, that pleasant personality, that knowledgeable guy, that honest, courteous, industrious, and unselfish man represented the people of St. Andrew, and I am proud to know I've got relatives from St. Andrew. My grandfather would have been from St. Andrew. I have lots of relatives from St. Andrew, and I know that they were satisfied with his representation during his tenure, but he has moved on, and he's gone to the great beyond. But I would pray that his legacy will remain, as I know it will, in the books of history of Barbados and among the hearts of the generation of my age and others when he would have been serving, or the stories that their children will now tell about the astute leadership of none other than Clifton Adolphus Neblett. And so, to his wonderful wife, Margot Neblett, and of course, and I pray I've called the correct name because sometimes names get mixed up, but to his wonderful wife and family, I wish to extend condolences, and I pray God that God will continue to let his soul rest in peace, because he has done the best he could, I believe, on this his sojourn on earth, and I trust that he will rest in peace and rise again in glory. I wish to thank you sincerely, Mr. Speaker, for the prayer.
Honourable Member St. Michael South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be relatively brief, sir. It is a pleasure for me to say a few words this morning, sir. You know, for those of us who have committed ourselves to political life, this is the reality that will await all of us. That at some point in the future, someone will get up and say a few words in our name and our behalf. And I could only hope, sir, that we have lived a life in a way as deserving of praise as all of those who today we honor. And for the most part, sir, to watch ordinary people rise to do these extraordinary things is a testimony to the great country that we live in, that allows people to be able to achieve regardless of the circumstances of their birth. And we all know that on both sides of the aisle, we've seen very distinguished parliamentarians, sir, in this country that have gone on to do amazing things. And the thing is, sir, in the case of most of them, they've never had to compromise themselves or who they are or what they believed in. And many of them, sir, without going to the pits of political conversation to be able to make their point. So there are many people here that I could speak on, sir, but I would believe that my mother would be upset with me most of all if I did not speak about Leroy Sisnett. And, you know, there are many things, sir, that I do in public life, but none of them would be to offend my mother. And so, sir, I wish to say a few words about Lawrenceford Leroy, or Sweet Boy Leroy Sisnett, sir, whose name I knew really only from the radio and really through my own mother. But the experiences, sir, as said by many who've spoken before, as said by the PM when she wrote her honor to him, an ordinary man, sir, raising to do extraordinary things and having never had to compromise himself to be able to do it. I do so, sir, recognizing that, you know, I just said to myself as I was making my notes, to pass in 2020, to be buried in 2021, have all of us discussing his life in 2022, and honor him in the Parliament in 2023, is a way that men continue to live beyond their passing. You know, through time, over time, and we would continue, sir, to mention these great men over time, but some of us will continue to live long after we are gone, to be the subject of conversation for years and decades, perhaps, sir, long after they are gone, sir. And it is in this context, sir, that I wish to speak. I also, now having 2 children of my own, 2 young daughters, recognize that it is not easy, sir, to be in this life, especially if you choose to enter it at 35 and to try to raise children. And I could only imagine the sacrifices that he made, sir, the loss sometimes of your own parents. I now have a daughter who is 2.5, one who will be 18 in a few weeks, sir. And the things that I believe that I have missed out, I could only ask for his forgiveness, because I imagine that there must have been things too that he missed. And for all of you, all the children of parliamentarians, it must have been a difficult time, because public life is not easy. And so I want to say a very special mention to his children. I think Ryan and Gia, I'm not sure if Gia or Gia, but I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Sir, because it's not easy. And therefore, for all the children of parliamentarians who've gone before us, sir, I do know that it is difficult. And it is, you know, you have to be extremely strong to be a son or a daughter of a politician and choose to be in this place. Like the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South East and the Honourable Prime Minister. Because my own child has told me she would never be a politician. You know, because you never have time for yourself, you never have time for your family, sir. And so we owe a duty to those who've gone before us, sir, to show them the level of respect that they deserve, whether they serve on this side or on the other side, or whether they never even had the opportunity to sit or to stand in this place in the first place, sir. I recall, sir, the popularity, like the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, of Leroy Sisnett. I think in '76, he either had the biggest or one of the biggest margins of the time. And, you know, it is not easy to get such a margin. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas knows it very well. She too had a margin. I was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, and the member for St. George South. They know what it is to have such a margin. The people of St. Michael's South have not yet given me that privilege, though I've won by a very big margin. I want to thank them too. But I also know, sir, that by 10 years later, even though you might win by a big margin, you could find yourself, when the tide has changed, and having put your soul and your heart into politics, to be going out with the tide. And it may have nothing to do with your level of representation, you just go with the tide. And so even in death, we get lessons from the great Leroy Sisnett, because you could win by the biggest margin in '76 and be gone in 10 years. We could win 24, well, a party could win 24-3 in '86 and be gone by '94. We could win 26-2 in '99, be gone by 2008. We could win 30 seats twice, and God knows. I will say no more. But it is instructive to all of us that none of us are here permanently. And that therefore, while we're here, we have a responsibility, sir, to serve the people, as I try to do every day in my constituency for the people of St. Michael's South. But, sir, I have listened to many people. I've heard my mother speak on him, of course, but the greatest conversation I've heard on Leroy Sisnett actually came from the market vendor. I don't know if you all have seen the tribute that was paid to him by the market vendor, which is funny as market vendor is funny, but also it was very informative. And in his tribute, the market vendor, sir, spoke of how he got his name. And he said there was a lady from St. Lucia, Lucita Albert, I think was the name, sir. Allow me to say that, sir. There was a Lucita Albert who would call and send letters to him, oftentimes to Vic Fernandes. She would send these letters to Vic Fernandes, asking how he was doing, but really and truly, the only person she wanted to ask about was this sweet boy, Leroy. How is my sweet boy, Leroy? And the market vendor went on to say that he came to recognize that though she wrote to him, she really wanted a way into Leroy Sisnett, probably because of the tone of his voice that the member for St. Thomas spoke of, and the lovely music that he played. And that market vendor, Vic Fernandes, went on to say that he, one day on the radio, decided to baptize him as Sweet Boy Leroy Sisnett, and it took off. And therefore, we owe a debt of gratitude to the Lucita Albert from St. Lucia for giving him such a sweet name, sir, one that would last long, long, long after he is gone, sir. And I want to say, sir, that there are many things about politics and people that I have come to appreciate in my short time here. And that any person who chooses to be in here must always remember that they have to have a love for people. And that regardless of what we go on to achieve, it is the people we represent that put us in this place. It is the people we represent who will take us from it too. And that we always have to be sure that that which we do is in the name of people over and over and over again, sir. And I think I would like to align myself with Leroy Sisnett in that regard, sir, having stayed faithful and true to the people. But I also, sir, must confess that I also have a similarity that many people may not appreciate or know. But no, Sweet Boy Kurt, although that would be nice. It doesn't have the same flavor. But, sir, it is said that he played Charlie Pride and had a love for Charlie Pride and brought Barbadians into a love affair, not only with country and Ace Cannon, but with Charlie Pride. And there's probably not a Charlie Pride song that I do not know. And that of my mother's 8 children, all of us grew up loving Charlie Pride. Does my ring hurt your finger? When you go out at night, that is for some of the people in this place. But sir, I've come to love Charlie Pride. Sir, I have Charlie Pride. I play Charlie Pride in my car. Been accused of being older than I ought to be. Played it as a boy. You know, when I was a student, sir, doing my second master's in Boston on Sunday mornings, you know, we grow up to become our parents. Many of us, you don't even realize when it happens. On Sunday morning, when I'm wiping down the little place that I lived in and sweeping it out, my radio, my stereo would be on, sir. I would either have a Charlie Pride CD, Jim Reeves, back then it was CDs, Jim Reeves CD, playing these oldie goldies, sir, cleaning my house, playing it loud on Sundays like my mother did. We are products of our parents, whether we choose to accept it or not, the good, and in some cases, the bad. And therefore, sir, I also share that similarity. And then lastly, I think it is the work in the port, having had the opportunity to serve in the port as minister for a short period of time. It is known that Leroy Sisnett had a profound impact on the development of the Bridgetown port in Barbados, sir. And I wonder if he knew at the time that our port would rise to be one of the most significant ports in the region. That we, with vision like that, would go on, sir, to be a hub for the region. That this Bridgetown port that he played a part in shaping, sir, would save the lives of thousands of people during a pandemic that he could never have foreseen. And that many of us laid the seed, sir, for development of a country and never recognized, sir, that decades after, the benefits are still being reaped. Sir, this country, sir, the roots of this country are in the people like the people we choose to honor today, sir, through these obituary speeches, and in people like Leroy Sisnett. He probably never foresaw the amount of ships that we would have in the Bridgetown port on any one day, especially during the tourist season, like all know. The amount of tourists that would pass through this country, that would continue, sir, to support this country, our educational system, our roads, our schools, our health care, sir. And that the work that was done by these men, sir, sometimes we take it for granted while we are here. I would like to believe, sir, that when I am gone, not too soon, hopefully, but that's in the good Lord's hands, that when I am gone from this place, perhaps somebody would sit where I am now seated, sir, and say that perhaps I made a contribution, not recognizing that it would shape my country in the future. But that it is known among politicians and parliamentarians that Leroy Sisson had a love for the port, and that he saw what many others could not have seen. And it's in that vein, sir, not only as Sweet Boy Leroy on the radio, while that too has its value, but it is also in relation to the development of this country that we must choose to honor these great men. Many of them, sir, forgotten, sir, you lose an election. The honorable member for St. Thomas spoke of it. You lose an election. The people treat you sometimes like you never even had a chance to be in this place, sir. I recall just after the 2008 election, seeing former Prime Minister Owen Arthur at a school. It could not have been 3 months after the Labour Party had lost. And that hall was full. The Prime Minister, sir, allow me to still call him Prime Minister Arthur, came in. And the hall was relatively full. And we were all at the back. And he was looking for a chair. And I watched a former Prime Minister of this country have to bout begging, bout trying to get a chair. And nobody got up, sir, to offer him a chair. 3 months prior, he would have been in the front of the room. We forget, sir. And I know that he must have made so many sacrifices, sir, for this country. Must have lost at some points relations with his children, as many of the children here of politicians would come to understand. But I watched him vote for a chair. That we have a privilege, sir, no, bestowed on us by our position, but it is not guaranteed after we leave this place. It doesn't exist. And oftentimes, sir, we are forgotten so quickly. It is incumbent on this Parliament to honor the people who have served this country. Whether they are Labour Party people, whether they are Democratic people, whether they served in the National Democratic Party or any other party, or the PEP, as the former opposition leader was, to honor the people who have served in this country. So we get a bad name. And I believe most of us do more good than we do bad, sir. I remember, sir, I've seen it several times, former politicians, sir, getting not even an invitation to anything in this country, sir. The children not even being mentioned, not even being recognized. You don't do it for that. But I am saying if you served your country the way that anybody who comes to this place have served their country, sir, decent thing to do, sir, is to show them a little bit of respect. Most of us, now there's some, I won't get into that today, but there's some who have taken the opportunity, sir, to do things that they should not do. But the men that we honor today, sir, none of them fall into that category, sir. And it is in that vein, sir, that I choose to honor these persons, sir. I wonder if Leroy Sisson would have known, sir, having worked on a ship, that this government, sir, has put in place no draft legislation to deal with seafarers, to make sure that the seafarers of this country get a better break, so that when they're on the ship, they cannot be taken advantage of, and that legislation should be here soon enough. And I wonder, sir, if Leroy Sisson then knew, sir, as the many people in my constituency, because I came from a constituency, I represent a constituency, sir, that produced a lot of seamen. The Bayland is synonymous with seamen. And I wonder, sir, if they fully appreciated, sir, the impact that they made on their children, sir, to be able to feed their children in this time beyond. That is legacy. That is legacy. And this is in the vein of all those who've gone before us, sir, who served this country, who've done their part, that we honor these great men, sir. And it is in this vein, sir, that I also choose to honor Leroy Sisson. As I close, sir, the Prime Minister praised him as a national personality, national treasure. You call him a national personality. We don't always get to be that in politics. We don't always have to get to have our names remembered in generations. You know, many of us, sir, our names will not echo into history. Many of us, sir. Some of us may. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister said it. Some of us will have bigger names, bigger careers than others. But all of us, sir, we have put our blood and sweat and tears into this country. It is my pleasure, sir, to honor Leroy Sisnett, really and truly to honor all of them, sir. And I could have spoken perhaps in this way on all. But it is my privilege, sir, to honor Leroy Sisnett. I've had to listen. You know, as a boy, I really thought that I was enduring, you know. I felt like this was some ridiculous thing I'd have to suffer through. My mother and her radio being turned up to all, listening to Leroy Sisnett. Never knowing, sir, that I too was becoming part of the program. To learn to love these things that I thought I had hated now, sir, and to become it. Playing it myself on Sunday mornings, asking my daughter if she knows these songs. Charlie Pride and Jim Reeves and Ace Gadden and these people, sir. So, sir, I want to thank all who have gone before me. I want to thank his children. I want to thank the children of former politicians. This is not an easy life. Believe what I tell you, this is not easy. Many of us, we make our sacrifices in the hope that we're doing something better for our children and lose relationships over time. I've tried to maintain mine. Many people who've gone before me, actually the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, her father, told me when I came into this place, no matter what you do, do not lose a relationship with your child. I only had one then. Do not lose a relationship with your child. And I've tried, sir, not to lose my relationship. As I'm sure, sir, that you tried not to lose your relationship. But it is not easy. And it is in that vein, sir, that I wish to thank those who went before us. I really do thank Leroy Sisnett for being an ordinary person who's gone on to do extraordinary things and never having to compromise himself along the way, to canvas as he knew, playing the music that he loved, to speak to people the way that he loves, sir. And that is all that we can be at the end of the day, sir, our authentic selves, in this life or in the next. So I wish to thank you, sir, for your time. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me give a special thank you for the opportunity to join this debate, partly because, Mr. Speaker, I know I was not in the lineup to speak now, but I am in the midst of estimates in the other place, and I beg your indulgence, and honourable members, please indulge me as I'm trying to do two things simultaneously. I'm being here, Senior Minister. I'm just trying to get two things done simultaneously because, as you know, in preparation for the estimates, it's a very, very busy time for the government. We're doing estimates, Prime Minister's office in the other place. And I beg leave to come and say a few words. Because I could not let this debate and this opportunity to speak on former members of Parliament go by without me saying a few words. And like the honourable member who just spoke, I too like to listen to music when I'm doing certain chores in the house. But I don't like the Charlie Pride. I'm a Bob Marley fan. And I especially like Buffalo Soldier, even although I don't have any dreadlocks, Mr. Speaker. It is certainly all of Bob Marley's songs touch me in a special way because he tells of the struggle. He tells of the difficulties. He talks of how hard things can be. And to my mind, it not only it transcends what he speaks about, not only in life in Jamaica or in life as a black person in this world, but also life and how difficult life can be in the politics of these countries. Politics in the Caribbean and politicians, when they get involved, is nothing like politics in the first world. Everybody expects everything from you all the time in politics in the Caribbean, in small islands like this. A few days ago, Sunday actually, I had a call from a mayor in a small town in Canada who's recently been elected. And she wanted to understand and learn about the housing programs that we're doing in Barbados. And she was amazed at what we were doing. And it only goes to show how important the work that politicians do. And these men that we're honoring today, who have passed, each in their way have made a tremendous contribution to this country. All of them. Sweet boy Leroy. I can hear him on the radio now. I can hear his voice as we say his name. But I want to make special mention of one who touched my life, and that's Sir Maurice King. First, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that Sir Maurice King, a lot of people may not know, but Sir Maurice King actually ran in Christchurch West, the constituency that I now represent. And first, let me say that people often run for the first time. They don't often win. You, Mr. Speaker, would know that well. And others in this honourable chamber would know. From the Prime Minister back down. People who run do not often win the first time. They do not, because you're now learning the ropes. In 1971, we moved from what was called double member to single member constituencies, and Christchurch West was created. At that time, there were two young men, two eminent lawyers, both running for the first time, and who decided that they would pit themselves against each other. And of course, in our game, there must be a winner and a loser. And in Christchurch West, as I have heard Sir Henry Ford say many, many times, that his most formidable opponent that he had ever run against was Sir Maurice King. And the record goes to show it. And let me explain why. In all of the history of Christchurch West, 1971, 1976, 1981, 1986, 1984, 1991, and so on and on. No other person has gotten in the percentages of the high 40s for the other side like Sir Maurice King. Sir Maurice King ran in Christchurch West and came within 166, I believe, votes to winning that constituency in Christchurch West. You know, after that first close run, Sir Henry Ford said he made sure that never again anybody would get that close to him. So in essence, Christchurch West owes it to Sir Maurice King to make sure and to give that impetus to Sir Henry Ford and by extension to me to make sure that any other person that comes will not even come close. Normally it is. When Sir Henry Ford was the MP, they used to get 30% and so on. Never up in the 40s like Sir Maurice got. And then with me, of course, it's the 20s. But I'm not speaking about myself. I'm going to speak about the other side. More importantly, and Sir Henry Ford always told me, he said Sir Maurice was the most formidable opponent. And I'll tell you why. Sir Maurice and his canvassers would go into the Rockley area and the Navy Gardens area and the Blue Waters area. You know that demographic. And he would tell, or they would tell the people, man, don't worry about that Henry Ford guy. He's black power, man. Don't give him the chance at all. He's black power. And of course, the people would be concerned because at that time, black power was a big negative in the country. And then they would go into the Fords Road area, and it wasn't much of Bonnet's area, but the Fords Road area and the St. Matthias area and so on, and say, don't worry about him. He only let people in Rockley and Blue Waters and so on. So what he did is he played to the audience, and he was master at that. And I understand even in his legal profession, he had a capable ability to play to the audience in the particular situation to be able to win them over. And that obviously was his strength. And in later years, Sir Maurice became my patient. This is a man that ran in the constituency that I now represent. Had he had great confidence in my ability to then present himself as a patient to me. And many, many times, while I was trying to do a procedure for him, in between the procedures, he would tell me stories about his political life. And how, he would often say that we are on different sides, but we're in the same club. We are on different sides, but we are in the same club. And that resonated with me. And funnily enough, Sir Louis told me the same thing. That even although somebody may be on the other side, they're not your enemy. We are all working to improve the people of this country. And that's what we're trying to do, irrespective of the side. Now, granted, one side may have one way of doing it, other side has a different way of doing it. Sometimes we come together, sometimes we don't. But we always understand that at the end of the day, the people matter most. There's no party paramountcy. It is Barbados first, and the people of Barbados first. The people first. I, like Sir Morris, serve your God, serve your people, serve your country, serve your party, in that order, and not other way. And Sir Morris encouraged me whenever we met to continue to do the best you can for the people, each and every day. And he often said to me, as you know, there's no money in politics. There's no money in politics. But you know what there is? There is a pride to know that you have made a difference and contributed to your country. And at the end of the day, that is what the honourable members that we're speaking of who've passed wanted to do and did. And that is what all of us in this honourable chamber strive to do each and every day. Because when you go out there and you hear your constituents say, nobody in the house working, we can't get our light bill paid, we can't get our water bill paid. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, in whom much is given, much is expected. And we all in here have been given a lot. More so than money, we've been given opportunities. Opportunities to help your fellow man. Opportunities to make a difference in the communities that you live in or that you grew up in. And there's nothing greater than that. There's nothing greater. So Morris made a fantastic contribution in Christchurch West Central. And then he was followed by Joegel, who's also passed. Another friend of mine sat right next to me on the back bench for years. And he too followed on from Sir Morris and continued to serve the people of that constituency, the people of Silver Hill and Gall Hill, and all through that community. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. When we go out there and ask people to support us and to give us a chance, it's because give me a chance to help you. Help me help you. And that's what we all try to do. So I salute Sweet Boy Leroy Sisnett. I salute Mr. Warwick Franklin. I salute Sir Morris King. I salute Mr. Neblett, because I have been in this honourable chamber 2003, 2008 to 2013, and then the 2018, and then the 2022. So this is my 15th year in this chamber. I took 5 years out. I didn't think I'd be back here, but they asked me to come back, and I'm happy to continue to serve. And all of those men have given a tremendous part of their life. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South saying it's very, very hard on families. It is tremendously hard on families. This job is tremendously hard on families. And when these gentlemen were members of Parliament, people would contact you, and I say it all the time, people would contact you by phone, they would come to your office, maybe they would write a letter. Modern times, same as before, I get letters, I get phone, I get people coming to the office. But in addition to that, I get email, I get Instagram, I get Facebook, I get WhatsApp, I get voice notes and voicemails. All of those we're expected to respond to, and we have to. Because you know what? Those are the people that you are there representing, and everybody has a perspective. And what I do, if nothing else, I respond to every single person that reaches out to me. Not to mention all of my colleagues as well who reach out. And it's a different ball than what it was then. So it's even harder on families. But it means even more diligence, more commitment, and more hours. These men have made a tremendous contribution, and it is on their shoulders that we stand to emulate and improve what they have done for this country. And at the end of the day, just make it better for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Andrew.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I too want to add my voice to the tributes this afternoon to these 4 former parliamentarians who, as we have learned this morning, have given so much to this country and has given up so much and has sacrificed so much so that the persons that they are to represent could have a better life, better conditions. Mr. Speaker, I want to share 2 quotes this afternoon before I start. The first one goes, "Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile." And the second, "I don't know what your destiny will be, but one thing I do know is that the only ones among you who will really be happy are those who have sought and found how to serve." Mr. Speaker, I believe that this captures the essence of public life, of public service. It's about engaging in civic life. It's about seeking to improve persons within your society. It's about promoting the general welfare of people within your communities. And that's why I can easily, even though I do not know any of these former MPs, these former parliamentarians personally, I can honor each and every one of them because I know, because I've been there now and I've seen it, that public life in this country is a sacrifice. It is a sacrifice. And I know that regardless to if they were there for 1 term, 2 terms, or 3 terms, that they all made some kind of contribution to this country. And so I want to focus this afternoon on the parliamentarian who would have served in the constituency that I now represent. Because, I've said it before and I'll say it again, those of us who have served in rural communities, rural spaces, I believe have had it much harder than perhaps some of our colleagues within the urban corridor. I believe because we have the same issues that each and every one of you have. But those issues are compounded by challenges as it relates to infrastructure, as it relates to the geology, geographic characteristics of the land that we live on. We have issues that are unique to the rural space. And Mr. Clifton Neblett, he was an MP who stood up and represented one such rural space. Now, Mr. Neblett was born in the village of Borden, St. Andrew, where he attended the Borden's Mid School before moving on to the Allen School. As the Honourable Member for St. Thomas alluded to, most persons who grew up in St. Andrew attended the Allen School. It was convenient and it was easy because of some of the issues they would have had with transportation. It made sense for those persons to attend the Allen School, which I am sure Allen Lions would want me to remind you is on par with, let's say, the Commonwealth School, for example. Yes, when I was in another ministry, I would often facilitate transfers from Allen to Commonwealth, from Commonwealth to Allen.
All I remember, you're treading on hallowed ground. Be wary, sir.
I'm just saying.
Just thought I would let you know you're treading on hallowed territory.
I'm speaking facts, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm sorry if I offended some of my colleagues. I can just speak facts in this honorable place.
Your word to the wise is enough.
I shall move on. So Mr. Neblett would have attended the Allen School. And on leaving school, like most teachers, most young persons, he would have sought to give back to his community. And he became a teacher at the St. Andrew's Boys' School, now the A. DeCosta Edwards Primary School. He taught there for a number of years. And as I said, as most teachers in impoverished rural communities, where many young persons did not have access to education, did not have access to resources to learn, Mr. Neblett would have taught private lessons. Now, I do not know his fee structure, but I believe, based on what I would have heard and researched about the man, that he would have taught those classes for free. In many cases, persons had no money to pay for lessons. But in those communities, if you come across a young person who was bright, who showed promise, there was always someone who was willing to make that extra effort to assist that young person, to teach that young person. And in the countryside, that was often the case. Because we, and maybe more so before my time, you grew up in a large household, persons would expect you to continue in the same vein as your parents, your mother, your father. Many of them would have worked the fields in those days. And not that their children were not capable, they were not bright, but in many cases, parents could not afford to send children beyond secondary school. And even so, if that child had the potential to get into secondary school, sometimes those parents struggle to pay for the resources in terms of the books and pens and pencils and rubber, all such like. That child could continue its education even beyond that. So in many cases, in our communities, persons step up and they gave of their service for free. And I believe that Mr. Clifford Neblett was one such person who gave for free his services to the people within that St. Andrew, Bordens, Walkers, Belle Plaine community. As we heard earlier this morning, he later traveled to England where he studied as an accountant. And it was his career as an accountant that led him to Guyana to work within the bauxite industry before returning to Barbados. The year was 1986, where Mr. Neblett would have presented himself as a representative for the constituency of St. Andrew. In that election held on May the 28th, 1986, he defeated L.B. Braffett, who was the sitting member of Parliament for the past 10 years. He was a member of the Barbados Labour Party. He was defeated. I believe that Mr. Neblett won 57% of the vote at the time, but he became the member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Andrew. And being a resident of St. Andrew, he understood many of the challenges that the people in the community face. He had a first-hand knowledge of the poor bus service, the deplorable conditions of the roads at the time. And we're talking about the 80s here, 80s, early 80s, into the early 90s. So he understood what was going on in his community because he lived that experience every day. So it is no surprise that I would hear, even in this place, that in his speeches in Parliament, in his debates, he would always speak. He always speak out for the people of Shorey Village, White Hill, the people of Bordens. Interestingly enough, his successor, my predecessor, and now myself today, we are still speaking out for persons in those communities. And even as I work every day as a St. Andrew MP, every day work hard to see that those concerns about transport, about land slippage, about infrastructure, see that those things become concerns of the past. I know that I'm not working against the forces of man alone. But in fact, because of the nature of St. Andrew and the topography and the geology, that I'm working against a veritable force of nature. That is the reality of St. Andrew. Any person who steps up for public service in St. Andrew knows that they have to work very hard, extra hard, because we are working against the forces of nature every single day in that part of Barbados. He did it, my predecessors did it, and now today I am doing it, so I feel it. I know what he went through. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Mr. Clifton Neblett, he would have won the general elections in 1986, and he would have served until 1991, and during that period, he would have served as parliamentary secretary in the Prime Minister's office, and which at the same time was the Ministry of Finance and Economics. But his passion was always for the people of St. Andrew. Now, just to speak directly to the family. I think I can attest to the sacrifice. I've been in this thing 1 year as an MP and working on the ground for 4 years, the sacrifice. And I think I'm at the end of the honeymoon period where I can see the strain is beginning to show on my family. Often being away, being in the community, being called at all hours of the night and the early morning, the wee hours of the morning, having to jump out of bed at 2 o'clock sometimes and dash into my car and into the community, or being called at midnight to be at some event, or being invited to every event and making every effort to attend every one. I've been through all that, and I know that causes a strain on family. So I know what the family would have been through. I know what the wife and what the children, and even not only for Mr. Neblett, but for all of the children and the relatives of former MPs, and some of you MPs today, I'm sure your families are complaining every day about you being away too much. So yeah, for those lucky few who don't have that concern, God bless you. But for most of us, it is a real concern. So I want to thank the families, the family of Mr. Neblett and the family of the other 3 former parliamentarians that we are honoring today, because I know what you are going through. I believe the member for St. Thomas alluded to the fact that Mr. Neblett had a pleasant personality. Now, I can't claim to know him personally like she did, but I know the sense, how people view him and perceive him in St. Andrew. And in St. Andrew, there was never a culture of political violence, issues as it relates to mudslinging. That has never been a feature or a characteristic of politics in St. Andrew. It was not this case with Mr. Neblett. It was not the case with Mr. George Payne. And it has not been my experience. My experience, as I traversed the different communities of St. Andrew, was that those MPs who stood up were mainly concerned with the improvement of the lives of the peoples in those areas, in those constituencies. And they've always shown a level of passion that's second to none across Barbados. You have to be. You have no choice when you're a MP for St. Andrew. So I know how hard it is when, firstly, you lose most of the time that you could have spent with your loved one to politics, and secondly, when you lose that person to death. And death is usually not a good experience. And for my own personal experience, it's a loss that sometimes we never, ever really get over. But I can only hope, as I close, that the family of Mr. Neblett and the family of all the other parliamentarians that we are honoring here today can take some solace in the knowledge that what they have done have contributed to a better Barbados, and a better Barbados for all of us. So as I close, I just want to encourage the peace of God and encourage the families just to hold on. We owe you all a debt of gratitude. Barbados appreciate and is grateful for what your family, what your husbands, your fathers, your brothers, what they have done. And I personally, as speaking on behalf of the people of St. Andrew, we want to extend my deepest condolences to you, the families here assembled, and those listening on social media. May they all rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Prime Minister.
In this debate and to pay tribute to 4 former members of this Honourable House of Assembly and who have served as representatives of the people of this land. Obviously, there are some who I know better than I knew others, because in almost every instance, they served in a parliament that preceded my own membership of this, the Honourable House of Assembly, with respect to me being a member of the House, but there was an overlap with me being a member of the Senate between 1991 and 1994, and hence I can say that I served in the same parliament as some of them as a result. Sir, this is first and foremost, I want to say to the families that we extend our apologies for the tributes being as delayed as they have been. COVID has not been easy for us to manage, and we knew from interaction with some of you that there was a preference for us not to do it when we were operating in the COVID environment. But we believe that it is important that this Honourable Chamber register its appreciation for the life, times, and contribution of each of them. I perhaps knew best Sir Maurice King, who I've known virtually my whole life, and who, in spite of the political differences belonging to different political parties, there was never any further difference with respect to manner in which he dealt with you, with respect very often even to the philosophy that we shared for the policies and programs for the development of this nation, and that which he would have undertaken as Attorney General of this country. The truth is that when my father served as Consul General in New York, Sir Maurice was Ambassador to the United States of America, and that is my earliest memory of him as a child then. It is significant for me, and I say this for the benefit of those who are younger in this chamber, that when I first served as a Member of Parliament in this Honourable Chamber, while Sir Maurice had retired recently from public life, he was available to each and every one of us as young members, irrespective of the political party that we were in. I can say so also about Sir Warwick, but I'll come to that shortly. In addition, Sir Maurice served and assisted us, and that is why I smile when I hear people comment about this government's use of persons, even if they are not of the same political affiliation as we are, as I am, because that is the tradition of this country. In those early days, between 1994 to 1999, Sir Maurice served as a member of the Constitutional Reform Commission, But he also served within CARICOM. With respect, it may seem to some who are young that Guyana only had problems with electoral matters recently. But Guyana's difficulties with electoral matters go way back. And in the 1990s, I think it was around 1997 or so, Sir Maurice also played a critical role on behalf of our nation in the resolution of the Guyanese electoral difficulties of that time. I can even point to Sir Branford's participation in the effort to make Sir George Allen Director General of the Pan American Health Organization. I say these things because when it came, for example, even to the establishment of the Caribbean Court of Justice, there was no division in this Parliament or between the political parties as it related to our ability to establish that critical institution that is now, thankfully, our final court of appeal. And I believe that the manner in which Sir Maurice in particular, and Sir Warwick and others, and on our side as well, those who would have passed, Sir Harold, Owen Arthur, I can go on, Sir David, there was a complete recognition that in spite of the partisan political differences, which clearly became acute and sharp in an election, that we were all Barbadians, and by extension, Barbadian nation builders. If there is one message to go from these tributes today and those that will follow shortly, it is that we must guard jealously that legacy that allows us not to divide on matters of fundamental national import or on matters of regional and international importance. And these persons who invariably served in the first generation or two after independence left that as a legacy for us. We must not become so embroiled and personally involved in the fight for political victory at the level of this chamber that we forget that we have responsibilities together as Barbadians. Sir Maurice, as I said, participated in the Constitutional Reform Commission and even gave a minority report. And that is also evidence of his independence of thought and his capacity to be able to reason out why he held certain positions and to be able to make it clear that this was something that was important to him. In the end, he was also strong in his view that the 8% pay cut was consistent with the Constitution legally. And in the end, the courts bore him out. But we took a different position philosophically that we should not want to have that repeated again, and hence the constitutional amendment that came thereafter. But as Attorney General, in his advice to the government of the day, he was solid in the advice that he rendered to the then Prime Minister. With respect to Sir Warwick, I admired him and did not know him as well, but admired his capacity to master and be a clear political strategist and mobilizer of class that made all the difference to the fate and fortunes of the Democratic Labour Party across not just that early group that he would have joined under the leadership of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, but as he continued as an elder into the institution. You could not be a student of politics in Barbados and not appreciate the value of Sir Warwick in guaranteeing the electoral success of the Democratic Labour Party, particularly in the southern part of this country. But I must say to you that equally, the graciousness of Sir Warwick was perhaps exceeded only by his wife, who is grace by name and nature. And I can say that once again, in spite of the political differences, that there was a warm embrace and a gentle form of guidance and mentorship, even when we disagreed on matters. And it is the kind of almost godfatherly existence that these gentlemen, and I can say the same thing about Clifton Neblett too, even though I did not know him as well, because Clifton Neblett reached out and was always very gracious and always very encouraging, particularly to me as a young senator in this parliament. And I may have been a senator, but I think I spent every week in the House of Assembly, in spite of being in the other place in those first years when I became a senator in 1991. And it was because I felt that if you're going to learn the craft and if you're going to understand the institution, you can't only do it by reading Mays or the Book of Practice and Precedent from the Australian House of Representatives, that you needed to see it in action. I can remember even the night of the no confidence debate against the then Prime Minister, Sir Lloyd Sandiford, sitting in the gallery, watching firsthand. I can remember so many other debates as to the worthiness of who should and shouldn't be appointed as a Governor General of Barbados. I can tell you that in those days, the sharpness of the divide in the floor was not extended to the dining room or to the other parts of the precinct of this Honourable Assembly. And I say this not so much only for the benefit of the families, but hopefully for those who are young still in age in this Honourable Chamber and who understand that they need to preserve a legacy, because where there is respect, it means that there is always the opportunity for conversation and for us finding common ground to fight the big battles of our time. With respect to Mr. Neblett, as I said, I didn't know him as well, but I always found him to be a decent and engaging gentleman. And gentleman is the word that I will use. Quiet, but nevertheless willing to engage and to offer perspectives that made all the difference. People who say that it is easy to be an MP have clearly never walked the path or never been part of the family of being an MP. It is ironic that most members of Parliament children do not become members of Parliament. Their grandchildren tend to become, because the grandchildren relate to their experience as an MP or as a cabinet minister with romanticism. But the children relate to it with the bitterness of it. And in my case, my father stopped being a member of Parliament when I was 10 years old. And I still remember the night when he came home and indicated that he was resigning. And he said to us at 10, he says, I cannot be a good father, a good husband, a good MP, and a good lawyer. And I've determined that I'm not prepared to let my family suffer. And I obviously have to work to support them. And people will make different decisions. And those words have never left me, nor equally the experience of what it is. But I was fortunate enough to be young enough not to be impacted in a way that those who are teenagers tend to be impacted, because the absence of a parent in those critical years, and I say so looking into the gallery, knowing and empathizing that in some instances that has been the case, regrettably, with too many. And this is more so in a small society where people can be sometimes a little harsher and cruel than they should be. Division of political positions do not make people ogres. And we need to remember that, and we need to reflect that in our behavior as we relate to each other. I've left Leroy's sister for the last, because I am the successor to the people of St. Michael Northeast for this Barbados Labour Party to Leroy Sisnett. And I'm not going to tell you that it was always easy, because the truth is that when I first came in, Leroy didn't want to leave at the time, and therefore there was an adversarial relationship initially. But once again, the lessons of life show us that how we start does not have to be how we end. And I feel thanks that both Leroy and myself were able to overcome that difficult start by working together in the interests of the people of St. Michael Northeast, whom he continued, obviously, to have a warm relationship with. Indeed, there are some people now, I still remember going in Exchange Hill as a young candidate and going, there Gwen Wilkinson is now passed as well, and going by Ms. Wilkinson's house. And Ms. Wilkinson said, don't come. Don't even bother to come. Stand out there in the front road. I said, I haven't even introduced myself to you. She said, I hear about you, don't come. Most of you should relate to it in some manner, form, or fashion. But the same Gwen Wilkinson was also responsible for bridging the gap between me and Leroy. And I say these things because when I talk to the country, as I did at the beginning of this year, and say that we need to understand how to manage conflict, or as I did yesterday in the address at Community College in the ADR mediation session, I genuinely mean it. Because life does not come to us in a straight line. And there are weeks or months or years when you will be good with people, and then you have conflict, and then you manage the conflict, and you come back in. But if people believe that the resolution of conflict can only be through violence, and worse still, weapons that don't admit of much error. I made the point yesterday that before in this country, when people pick up a 2x3 and hit somebody, we didn't want it to happen, but they had a chance of surviving it. But when you pick up an automatic weapon and you start letting go of bullets, the chances of survival are much, 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 much less. But I make this point because in the end, sweet boy Leroy became a good friend. He started his career as a merchant seaman and then transitioned to use the talent that the Lord gave him, his voice. And that, combined with his love for country music and his love for people, led to him being a charismatic character. Sweet boy Leroy. I'm told that the name came from St. Lucia. A lady listener in St. Lucia. I've never been able to verify it. But once again, it is why we've said to the people that even as we look at the adjustment for the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, we cannot give up the AM service, because the AM service is actually what connects the entire Eastern Caribbean in the event of a major catastrophe or climate crisis. But Leroy had a following throughout the Eastern Caribbean as a result of that. And that following led to him being also seen as a major, major influencer in the early 70s, such that he was approached by the Barbados Labour Party to carry the mantle for them in his hometown. He was a Bush Hall man, born and bred. And I therefore say to you that when it was clear that he would no longer be in active politics, we had a conversation, and the then Prime Minister, Mr. Owen Arthur, asked him then to serve at the Bridgetown port to help us build out the cruise sector. And he continued doing that for some time when we were last in office. To his wife, Marvel, and to his children, Ryan and Gia, I really want to say on behalf not now only of the Barbados Labour Party, but of the people of St. Michael Northeast, that know that your father made a difference to the quality of life of many. And while there are one or two parts of the community that have gone, in fact, Mr. Speaker, you have the part that he had down in Accommodation Road, and therefore you can attest when I say that there are still people like Jean Christian and others who talk about Leroy even today. And that tells you, and I'm sure that if we go in St. Philip North, and if we go in Christchurch West Central, and we heard just now from the last speaker in St. Andrew, that you do not serve, even if it is only for one term, but for those who have served for multiple terms, without making an impact on the quality of lives of the people who you represent. And we must never get so blinded by the partisanship that is necessary in this Westminster system that we forget that we serve a common cause. To the families in particular, I say thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your adjustment. Because in many instances, you've had to adjust both during their lives and even after in their death. And this Honourable Chamber, therefore, does its duty to you today to ensure that their memory will be found not only in their speeches in Hansard, but equally in the reflection of those of us who stand today as grateful successors of their legacy in the preservation of our democracy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sure you meant St. Philip South, but given the fact that the honourable gentleman that I am about to pay tribute to is from St. Philip North, I concur for the moment. Mr. Speaker, I wish, first of all, to join all of my colleagues in paying tribute to these four honourable gentlemen who would have served in this honourable chamber. And I equally wish to join all of those who spoke before me in wishing all Barbadians a Happy New Year, particularly those in St. Philip South, Mr. Speaker. And I do so knowing full well that I have to find a way to utterly and completely dismiss all party tribalism if I am to do justice to the tribute that I'm about to make to Sir Warwick Franklin. Sean, you and I would have rubbed shoulders on many occasions, not politically, socially, and I am sure those moments we shared are a reflection of how we can keep our politics out of our lives and maintain friendships. St. Philip, for me, is perhaps the best example of where family means more than politics or anything else. As a matter of fact, the fact that I constantly repeat that we are the first republic makes it even more telling as far as how we feel about family. The doctrine, touch one, touch all, would have been started, first of all, with Nanny Gregg, and then the Honourable Bussa, where we have demonstrated clearly that we are a people who stand by each other. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in tribute to Sir Warwick Franklin, I will have absolutely no difficulty in, first of all, declaring that because of my political moorings and my foundation, as a little boy, growing up in Church Village, where Brayton, where Sir Warwick was born, is about a short distance away where we could easily walk. I would venture to say, if you're good enough, it could be a stone throw away. But the connectivity between Brayton, Ebenezer, Church Village, Clifden, gave us a nucleus of friendship and family, knowing that Church Village itself, Sir Warwick would have connected his roots through his brother Valon, who, being identical twins, it always made it difficult for me to tell which is which, but I interacted with both. And to be very honest with you, I found both of them to be absolutely great gentlemen. And at the time when Warwick contested the election in St. Philip North, our politics was such that if you supported a party, that is what you did. Because we had just come out of the double-member construct. And in 1971, when David Simmons contested the election, at the time against Neville Maxwell, we do recall that he didn't do very well. Similarly, even though I managed to get up to close to 2,000 votes in 2013, I also didn't do very well against my opponent, who represented the Democratic Labour Party, Michael Ashley. But none of these things divided us. And one must ask the question, how is it that we can go through such robust politics, but still are able to maintain the commitment to the lives of the people of St. Philip and the people of Barbados by extension, by being able to set aside that which divides us to work towards the common good. And Mr. Speaker, I feel good to know that having seen these honorable gentlemen being able to settle their differences after leaving the political platform, I have never once heard David Simmons say anything untoward about Warwick Franklin. Equally, I have never heard Warwick Franklin say anything untoward about David Simmons. As a matter of fact, they would have criticized each other robustly on the platform, but they never descended to smut. Equally, I say the same about when Warwick ran. He was the incumbent to Cappy Greenwich. And, you know, he never once descended to smut. Neither did Cappy. So that I believe, sir, that in paying tribute to Sir Warwick Franklin, Sir Warwick Orlando Franklin, a product of Brayton and Church Village, a product, I will say, parish land, a product of being one of the first residents close to the blacksmith shop, the one we had in St. Philip, that I am guided by a note that I received one morning around 4:30. Someone wishing me good morning sent what they call something called Japanese wisdom. And it said, and I quote, "If it is not yours, don't take it. If it is not right, don't do it. If it is not true, don't say it. And if you don't know, shut up." And for me, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is perhaps the greatest way I can remember Sir Warwick Franklin. One who maintained at his core the level of respect and decency, to not venture near saying things that he didn't know about, to not venture near speaking untruths about his opponents, to not seeking to do things that are not right, even though in the political class we get accused of all kinds of things, and to not taking that which is not his. I strongly believe that such values, sir, should go a long way in reminding us that our call to duty is such that we should always remember those core values and make sure, just like he did, we can traverse our constituency, serve in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, and indeed in cabinet with the highest level of honor and respect that those who follow us would want to do, just as I am doing, being proud to support and pay tribute to someone who is from the other side of the political divide. Mr. Speaker, Sir Warwick Franklin came to Clifden in 1976 after he had lost the by-election to David Simmons, now Sir David Simmons. And I remember a set of us were pitching marbles. I think we were pitching something called Killer. And anybody remember the Killer? Yes. We were pitching something called Killer. And he came up to us, and we were not interested really in no political discussion. But the way he and Valen came and introduced themselves, we paused to listen. And at the time when he came, there was a very, very powerful movement going on right across the globe, something called Black Power. And he sought to give us some coaching on how Black Power can influence the world and the way the world is going with Black people wanting to be more enfranchised. And how we can modernize the system, Mr. Speaker, to address or assuage the concerns of Black people. We're little boys, While at the same time giving all of them a chance to either make it by not running afoul of the law or making the law such that is adjusted to suit what is required for us as little Black boys to make it through. And given the fact that at her age, the institution called DOS, which is where we kept boys, wasn't far away, he started then to speak to us about the things that young boys will be confronted by. And I remember it to this day. He said drugs. Drugs is one that you're all going to have to battle with because you're from a village, you're poor people. And many of you who do not pursue excellence in education will have to find a way to make a living through other means. I remember the conversation. And he said, this thing about marijuana, you know it wrong. This thing about marijuana is wrong. Marijuana is not illegal. They make it illegal to get at you all. None of us were smoking. None of us. But the conversation was one about how we can adjust a system to suit those who you can clearly see may become victims of that very system if they do not have a chance at academic excellence. And that, to me, means more, Mr. Speaker, than anything that any politician has ever had to discuss with me. It is indeed ironic that I'm the very minister that came to this parliament and made medical marijuana legal in Barbados. So, Sean, maybe whatever was left on me, it didn't fall on deaf ears. And in his pursuit of excellence throughout the constituency, he maintained very good relationships with all people across the entire political divide. Those who he can help, he helped, and those who he couldn't help, he just told them up front why he couldn't help. I recall being a young man working in the travel trade, and from working in the travel trade at Sir David's sister, Janet Graves. I think, apart from the Honourable Prime Minister, I probably met almost all of those honourable members who have served in this chamber. Because at some point in time, I either rendered professional service to them or was able to rub shoulders with them when they came by. And that's a long history that perhaps has a lot to do with me standing in this very honorable chamber. Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Speaker, Sir Warwick Franklin was one of those individuals when I got into my own business. He, at the time, was Minister of Agriculture, and I will speak a bit about that, too. He came to the office knowing me as a resident of St. Philip North. And he came to do his business himself as a minister. Unheard of. But that was to show that he's letting me know that if I am a constituent of his and I've started a business, the one thing he wanted to do was to come and let me know that I have his support. That also resonated with me and will remain with me forever. Mr. Speaker, Sir Warwick Franklin took Barbados to new horizons in agriculture as well. First of all, he's one who got us on to the WTO program. At the time of our existence, when he was a member of Parliament, sugar was king in Barbados, and cotton also was doing very well. But we had seen that changes were taking place in the world that were about to challenge any Minister of Agriculture, and indeed challenge any government. I do recall that back in the 70s, Barbados started to see slippage in agriculture. And that when Sir Warwick became the Minister of Agriculture somewhere around 1986, I believe, because he served for 5 years before being a minister, that he then had to deal with the challenges that came out of Lomé. And you do recall that in 1980, a lot of work was being done to include South Africa and all the other larger nations under the Preferential Treatment Program, which is the Sugar Preference Program, or what they call the SP program at the time. And under Lomé, many of these countries that were jostling for share or to take up space in order for them to be able to sell sugar made it difficult for the Caribbean region as a whole, but in particular Barbados, to be able to hold its own. So you had fluctuations in prices that also made it very difficult for the minister and the ministry to adjust. So Warwick Franklin had then, therefore, to deal with the European Union's change when they started their program of anything but weapons. Remember, they have a program called, what is it, is the EBA? EBA. No, but there's another one too, anything but weapons, which they started at that time. And in order to give the Caribbean a continuous chance at supplying sugar, this was somewhere around 1985, somewhere between 1985 and 1994. They introduced another program called the SPS, Special Preference Sugar. And at that time, Barbados was able to fit in to enjoy the special treatment. But what was happening also is that we started to see a decline, because it was not now only just about guaranteeing a price. The real albatross was being able to maintain your quotas. And whilst it is true that they could not change the price, you had to maintain your quota, or else it will be passed to South Africa on one of those. And that is where we suffered, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we started to see declines. And so Warwick had to deal with those challenges. It therefore meant then that we had to develop a cotton industry at a very rapid rate. And he saw cotton peak between 1985 and 1994, the levels that we don't see anymore, and perhaps would take a lot of work for us to get back there. So, Mr. Speaker, he also served in making sure our cottage industries were developed. Pepper sauce and Morby and those types of things, people getting into business through the cottage industry. He also served as Minister of Agriculture to see those things develop. And Mr. Speaker, I recall perhaps, and I am coming to the end now because I recognize the time. Mr. Speaker, I recall the election that perhaps was the most challenging for him, the one in 1994. That election was extremely robust. It was an election that, though I will not venture to repeat some of the stuff that was mentioned on the platform, I too have been the subject of similar criticism in my very first 2 years as a minister. And it is unfortunate that things are done to people who put their life into serving people in this country, only to find out in the end that someone is waiting with a dagger to throw it in your back. And that is not the way to thank people for serving this country. Too often, good men are destroyed by the rumors and propaganda of those who have never sought to bring proof to anything. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that Sir Warwick handled that election in such a manner that he may be considered a true political hero, in that he never descended again at that point in time to an all-time low. And I don't know the author, but I do know that another message was sent to me, as I often receive, that says, the true hero is one who conquers his own anger and hatred. I can imagine how angry he might have been at that time, and how he probably hated those who attacked him. But he maintained the dignity and honor that he have come to display in public life. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, in remembering Sir Warwick Franklin, I would wish to invite for conversation some memory in St. Philip North to immortalize Sir Warwick Franklin. And I can think of none other than that stretch of road from 6 Roads to Braided Village. And if we can get that, Mr. Speaker, I believe we would have immortalized him the way he deserved. And Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I could not miss this opportunity to stand here and say thank you. Thank you to all the families represented here today within this chamber and who are no doubt following us online. Thank you. I join with my other colleagues in saying to you on behalf of the sacrifice that we all recognize is not only the person who is in active service, but all their family members. Could not allow for this opportunity to pass as I specify specifically the relationship that I would have had through my organization with one who is very dear to us, was very dear to us, Comrade Maurice King. And I say comrade because in many respects, That is how he saw the Barbados Workers Union, how he referred to us, and how he wanted us to see him. I am told, because I would not have been around, of those early days in the union, just after Sir Frank and just after Sir Grantley Adams, when a young Frank Walcott was taken over in the union, unlike his predecessors, not involved in law, but General Secretary of an organization that would have needed the support of the advice and resourcefulness of people like Comrade Maurice King, Sir Maurice, more formally as we call him. And when many others refused to extend the hand to the Barbados Workers Union and the workers of Barbados and the general membership, therefore, there were a few friends of the union, and Sir Maurice was one of those few friends who extended his resourcefulness, his expertise in the law, his time to the cause of workers and worker development in Barbados. Not only through his resourcefulness in providing legal advice to the union, but also offering himself to be an active part of the union's education program, teaching at the Barbados Workers Union without asking for a cent. And that is noteworthy, especially in a time now where people see community service and community development as something that must be linked to other tokens and other forms of compensation. So this General Secretary would not have had much interaction with him. In fact, there was only one single occasion that I had to meet him formally. My interaction would have been with his younger brother, Edmund King. But I well recall that shortly after becoming General Secretary, there was a major issue for which we needed legal advice. And Sir Roy himself asked me, as acting as an advisor to the Barbados Workers Union, asked me to reach out to Mr. King. And I'm thinking, well, all these are old boys together. He could have easily done that on behalf of the union. Asked for me to reach out to the senior King, as we will call him, through his brother Edmund, to see if we can organize a meeting for this advice. The senior King, Comrade Maurice King, unhesitatingly agreed. But not only agreed to assist, but he came down, a man who was already in retirement pretty much from his legal work, came down to the Barbados Workers Union to meet with me and go through the issues because he would have had the history of the issues. That spoke volumes because it speaks humility and it speaks the largeness of the person. And in that very small token way, outside of the very valuable advice which was given on that occasion, it also served as an example to me of not only how we must see ourselves, but how we must view others. So his relationship with the union was one in which I reflect and pay gratitude to, because he took very seriously nation building. He took very seriously development of the workers in Barbados and enfranchisement of the workers. And his was not an interaction, and I stress, where his contribution to our cause was tied in any way to the timeliness of an invoice. But his was one in which he genuinely committed, irrespective of whether or not the union could pay. And there were those times when the union was not in a position that it was able to meet any consideration for the advice that would be given. And so in a very special way, I could not let this moment pass without making a very brief submission We're on behalf of an organization that is 81 years old and for whom we would have benefited from his advice for more than half of that time, could not allow this opportunity to pass without formally saying to the members of his family how immensely grateful we are for the contribution that he's made, and without taking note of the fact that a lot of what we have been able to do in terms of our education, launching our facility at Mangrove, in terms of our investments on behalf of workers that we have made, a lot of the foundations that the union now stands on has to do with the tremendous effort and sacrifice, personal sacrifice, that he undertook to give to an institution that needed to benefit from his assistance at a time that he was willing, among few, to offer it. And again, I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this formal gesture on behalf of the Executive Council of the Barbados Workers Union.
Honourable for NTM South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very brief. My colleagues have spoken so glowingly of the 4 parliamentary representatives that have made a difference to Barbados. And I rise to say to you, thank you, because I know of the sacrifice. But I also know that in making such a sacrifice, that they count it a privilege, as we do, to be able to serve our country and to be able to serve our fellow man. The one thing I want to leave with you is this, that they will live forever. Because when you impart into the lives of people, when you bring change and transformation, you live on in their lives and in their children's lives. And I particularly want to single out Mr. Leroy Cisnet. He was my constituent, and I want to express my gratitude for all that he meant on radio. It's one of the places where we share a common experience. I too was a broadcaster, but I know that Mr. Cisnet was extraordinary because it takes a certain quality of character to be able to reach through the airwaves, to touch the lives and the hearts and the emotions of people and give them a point of focus to get away from the pain that they might be experiencing or the stress that they might be experiencing. Every broadcaster does not have that. Leroy Cisnet did. And because of that, he was able to transform and lift a country whenever he took to the airwaves, indeed, as was said, across the region. So again, on behalf of St. James South, I extend my condolences to you, and on behalf of this Parliament, country, to all of the MPs, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be as brief as you ever heard me in this chamber. Sir, I have to raise to just lend my voice to thank all 4 MPs who gave a life of service to this Parliament and to our country. But I know of Sir Warwick. He was a surveyor. My dad was a surveyor, land surveyor as well. And my father is a very gentle soul, a very soft-spoken soul, and he had a lot of respect for Sir Warwick and a lot of respect for his work. And my father never uses 2 words when one would do. And I've heard him say a couple of words with Sir Warwick, so that must speak to the measure of the man. I just wish to touch on Sir Maurice, sir, because I grew up in Enterprise, literally a neighbor to Sir Maurice. I grew up with his daughter Stephanie and his son, sir. Sir Maurice was that person, that quiet, dignified person. But he had a deep voice, and it was a voice of authority. When he spoke, you shut up, everything came to a screeching halt, and you listened to what he had to say. It is interesting that I spent many days at their house. I used to call his wife Auntie Pat, I never call him anything other than Mr. King. Sir, as a lawyer and a parliamentarian, as a minister, at one point in time, the fact that he has left this place, and by this place, I mean this place and this place generally, with both his reputation, his integrity intact, says a lot, and it says all. We shouldn't have to say it about parliamentarians or persons who serve in office. We should not have to say it, sir, about lawyers. But the fact that we do, it bears saying, and the fact that we say it positively, it says a lot. Sir Maurice, sir, is what you would call a true Barbadian icon, a legal luminary. We tend to spit those words out because they sound good together and we don't know what it means. A legal luminary to me, sir, is someone who is well versed in the law, whose voice carries the weight and authority of the law, who is knowledgeable about the law, and who knows how to apply the law, and someone whose position on the law is respected above all others. I think he falls squarely within that. And as I said, sir, I will finish as I started. I have nothing but respect for Sir Maurice King, for the work that he's done in the Parliament, for his work as an Attorney General of Barbados, and just for his work as a lawyer. He's one of those persons we looked up to as a man of integrity and we took lessons from. So as an example of what a parliamentarian and an AG and a father and a lawyer should be, sir, I hold him in the highest esteem. And I just want to say to all four families, all the families of the four departed MPs, my condolences entirely, but specifically to the family of Sir Maurice King. My deepest condolences to you all. We miss him and he will be forever missed. Thank you, sir.
As Speaker, I come at the last. I want to endorse all the contributions made by honourable members in relation to the four deceased parliamentarians. I offer sincere condolences on behalf of the entire Parliament, and I ask that we stand to observe 1 minute silence.
Go ahead.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the presence of the Canadian Senator, the Honourable Rosa Galvez, President of the Parliamericas Parliamentary Rethink on Climate Change, and a Fellow of the Board of Directors as well, who's with us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I beg to move the adjournment of the House until, suspension until, you're getting excited, until 3:30 p.m.
Before we suspend for lunch, I also wish to acknowledge the presence of Miss Beryl Bridgman, who was our latest centenarian who reached the grand old age of 100 on the 27th day of December, 2022. May you continue to live many more years, Miss Bridgman. question is that this Parliament be suspended until 3:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chair must stand suspended until 3:30 p.m.
The property of the state, situated at 6 Mains in the parish of St. Peter in this island for a public purpose of tourism development.
Personal explanations. Motions for leave of absence. Oral replies to questions. Notice of motion for adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance.
Make move the suspension of Standing Order 6, 16, 18, 20, 425, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day.
Question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day sitting. Government business is the order of the day.
Houses and Lands to move the passing of a resolution approved in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vested and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment Corporation of parcel of land, property of the state, situate, retreat, 6 Men's in the parcel of St. Peter's Island, more described in the schedule to this resolution.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg Resolution 7, 8, and 9 are inextricably linked, and I beg that I seek your permission to do them as a cognate debate.
Second.
Questions that orders number 7, 8, and 9 be treated as a cognate debate, given the fact that they are inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the chamber, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time for the year that I'm seeking to address this Lord Chamber, and I wish at the outset to offer a Happy New Year once again to my colleagues and also to the general public, and closer to home, those good people of St. George, and even closer to home, those wonderful people of St. George South. Now, Mr. Speaker, the resolutions before the House seeks to the approval for the vesting of 3 parcels of state lands comprising the total some 56,471 square feet, or 5,246.4 square meters, situated at 6 Men's in St. Peter. And we are seeking the permission to vest these lands in the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc., for the purpose of tourism development. And while I wish to treat the 3 parcels in a cognate debate, I wish to explain the 3 parcels. And Mr. Speaker, the first parcel, some 1,298.7 square meters of land, and comprising of 1,212 square meters of beach land up to the high water mark, and some 86.7 square meters of residual land, which I will explain further. And the second parcel, 1,136.7 square meters of land, representing some 1,091 square meters in road and some 45.7 square meters in road reserve. And then, Mr. Speaker, a third portion, a flooded inlet, which is 2,811 square meters of land, adjoining that wonderful property, Port Ferdinand, in 6 Men's in St. Peter. And the areas to be acquired adjoins the property of Port Ferdinand Marina and the luxurious residence, and also the former Nikki Beach property at 6 Men's in St. Peter. Let me just say to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this chamber, the Nikki Beach property, we all know the famous Nikki Beach. It was acquired back in 1998, but it opened its doors in the year 2017, and it acquired by an entrepreneur, Jack Penrod. And Mr. Speaker, this was the first concept of a luxury beach club that came to this country. And the luxury beach club combines elements of music, dining, entertainment, fashion, film, and art. And Mr. Speaker, this was a wonderful tourism product in the north of this island, and was part of our thrust to develop not only St. Peter, but the north of the island, where we recognize as our Gold Coast as it relates to investment and attracting foreign direct investment to this country. And we really don't have to repeat the value that tourism plays to this economy, because we know that GDP is fueled by tourism activity in this country, as well as our growth, economic growth, which I will speak to briefly later. But having said that, Nikki Beach, regrettably, was one of the casualties of COVID-19, and the beach club closed business early 2020 at the start of the pandemic. And prior to the establishment of Nikki Beach, another top quality product that also suffered the effects of COVID-19, Port Ferdinand Marina, that was established on a neighboring site. And we're now seeing the joining of both Port Ferdinand and Nikki Beach to provide that wonderful strip of land on the beach side to allow the Barbados Tourism, the Investment Inc., invest this land in BTII, who we know have responsibility to seek out investors, who has a responsibility to determine the use and the joint venture partners, whether they're public or private partners, to really enhance and revitalize and innovate our tourism product. We recognize that most of our sites in this country, we don't have much greenfield sites, and the Prime Minister mentioned that sometime at one of the power speaks, I think, in Whole Town. And I recall, like yesterday, one of the points she made, and also we keep hearing the Minister of Tourism or the former Ministers of Tourism speak about the whole Town Civic Center, one of the areas that we too will seek to create an environment where a luxurious hotel will be built in Whole Town. So as we seek to get our economy back on track and firing on all cylinders, we have to recognize the need to protect our coastal area from an environmental standpoint, but also to make sure that the lands that we have, the state lands that we have, can be utilized for the benefit of the people of this country, to create jobs, to generate revenue, to create growth, and to boost our economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, these resolutions are somewhat unique because when Port Ferdinand Marina was being built, some coastal engineering work was undertaken to create an inlet to the marina. And as a result, the 1,212 square meters of land that we are now vesting in BTII, Barbados Tourism Investment Inc., that was formed as a result of the coastal engineering work done to create the inlet to Port Ferdinand. And the additional 886.7 square meters of the residual land was previously road that had been abandoned when the highway in that area was shifted towards the land back in the 1980s and formed part of a road reserve, which is now being used to be incorporated into the area of land that I mentioned earlier, into the total of the 5,246.4 square meters of land to be vested into BTII. Mr. Speaker, critical to this project is a total of 1,136.7 square meters of state land to be vested that forms part of the public road at Six Men's in St. Peter. And this road was recently abandoned, and by order of an abandonment having been published in the official Gazette back in January 12th of this year. And why I'm stressing this, because this portion of the road will be relocated to other lands east of the highway, and where it is planned that a roundabout will be built. So we are shifting the present road that leads to Six Men's, and we're going inland to create another road which is closer to the marina. And why we're doing that is to give BTII the opportunity to have the 5,264.4 square meters of land that I mentioned earlier for tourism development. We're trying to create as much space as possible that whatever BTII decides to do in that corridor, we have sufficient space, whoever partner to find, whether a public or private partner to invest this land, that we will have sufficient property to undertake what we call good tourism development activity. And the third parcel of land, Mr. Speaker, representing 2,811 square meters of state land, adjoining Port Ferdinand. This formed part of a larger area which were compulsory acquired from Mount Six Men's Limited for the public purpose of housing. And this piece of land, though, the 2,811 square meters of land, this can be treated as excess of what is required for housing development at Six Men's St. Peter. And the Cabinet has therefore been requested to approve this 2,811 square meters of land in favor of tourism development, subject to planning permission being obtained for the subdivision of land from the other lands at Six Men Plantation that will be used for the public purpose of housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that these three parcels of land serve to create a larger seaside parcel of land for development. And it is the view of the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance that the land at Six Men's is therefore suitable for further tourism development in the north. And this has the potential to create a significant number of employment opportunities. And it also has the potential to attract foreign direct investment. And it is our hope that BTII, and we know that BTII, will do justice to this piece of land, 5,264.4 square meters of land. The importance of tourism to this economy is well known. And while I'm not going to get into tourism numbers, we recognize that as a result of COVID, this country suffered, and suffered immensely, because we rely heavily on tourist arrivals, we rely heavily on foreign direct investment, and we rely heavily on tourism activity, not only on the South Coast, but on our West Coast that we call the Gold Coast. And that stretch coming from Little Bay, that is in St. Lucie. I hope I am calling it right, member for Little Good Harbor. Thank you, Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much. Coming from Little Good Harbor, stretching all the way back to Brighton and St. Michael, that is our West Coast. That is the coast that we protect, not saying we don't protect other coastlines, because we protect them environmentally, and also we protect them with a view that we recognize at any time someone would be willing to produce something granular and remarkable that can create jobs for our people and that can give us the necessary thrust towards growth and returning this country to double-digit growth. And that is why we are here this afternoon, not only to acquire land, but to vest the land in BTII, whose role I will speak to later, but to recognize that pre-COVID, tourist arrivals were indeed buoyant. And while I don't want to get into tourism numbers, that's not my forte, but I will just mention that there was a point in time in this country when we recognized that there were 3.5 tourists per every resident in this country. That was pre-COVID days. And I think Barbados was ranked in this area 19th in the world. And if we, as a government, don't sit and discuss matters such as this one and create the necessary policies to ensure that we return not only 19th as it relates to the number of tourist residents in this country, but that Barbados generate billions of US dollars in the tourism sector, and that our gross domestic product will be more than 1/3 as a result of revenue coming from tourism. Tourism, therefore, is inextricably linked to economic stability in this country. And we listen very often to the Central Bank of Barbados, who had noted that our overall decline in contribution to tourism to gross domestic product went below 20% for 2020. And this was indeed viewed as a significant loss in output, which was reflected in the spillover effects on the rest of our economy, which is heavily reliant on tourist dollars. And the bank's report also noted that government's effort to place the economy on a sustainable path to growth were disrupted with the collapse of tourist arrival as a result of the COVID-19. So, we are here this afternoon to recognize that not only government's commitment to the development of this industry with respect to building tourist attractive sites and investing in BTII, but is reflected in what we call the Special Development Areas Amendment Act 2001 to 2020 Cap 237A, where the act provides for concessions to approve developers for carrying on specific activities in defined geographical locations within Barbados. And the areas which were defined as special development areas at the time were areas such as Carlisle Bay, redevelopment area in St. Michael, and again, Spikestown in St. Peter, where Six Mines is located next to. I don't think you can speak to Six Mines member for St. Peter without speaking to Spikestown. So they're inextricably linked, I would say. They're next to each other. And I know the member for St. Peter will clarify what I didn't say this afternoon in his contribution. Here was is in between. So you have 6 Mines, here was, and then Spikestown. I call all Spikestown. When I left that wonderful facility in the north where I spent 20 years, member for St. Lucie, I journey and when I get by Little Good Harbor, I would say I'm in Spikestown. We come through the Bradshaw's Brady's Bar. I would call a bar. Expect me to call a bar member for Mr. Speaker. I hope I'm not breaching any rules, but we can define bars in many ways. A high jump bar, or we know air run bar, what we call air run bar. And we pass through Brady's Bar, and we pass through Six Mines, and we go to Haywards, and then we go to Spikestown. And that's the area we are discussing that attracts a lot of economic activity and a lot of tourists. But one of the other special development areas is the St. Lawrence Gap in Christchurch. And last but by no means least, the Scotland District Conservation Area. And recently, since the act was enacted, Old Town in St. James has been added as a special development area. So we have now 5 or 6 special development areas. And this government, in signaling the commitment to tourism as a key economic driver, identified activities for which an approved developer can receive the concessions. And I won't list all, but these activities include the construction of new hotels, the alteration of renovation of existing hotels, or conversion of a building into a hotel, furnishing and equipping of a building to be used as a hotel, provision of tourist recreational facilities and tourism-related services, just to name a few, and restoration, preservation, and conservation of natural sites. So these are all of some of the areas that have been listed as special development areas where developers will receive concessions. But I wish to move into the role of BTII, Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. This was established under the Companies Act in April 1998. And without listing all of its mandate, one of the key mandates of BTII is to develop a portfolio of tourist-related properties, either on its own or in joint venture with private and public partners. The role also extends to managing and the implementation of urban rehabilitation programs for Barbados in areas such as Bridgetown, Spikestown, St. Lawrence Gap, Oistins, and they act as the executing agency for the government of Barbados. And the final role of BTII as listed is to facilitate both private and private sector-owned investment in tourist and hospitality sectors in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, while I stand here on my feet to mention the role of BTII, we recognize there have been some good work done by BTII in the Bridgetown area. And one of those areas that we listed would be the NCF headquarters that is proposed to be at Queen's Park, and that's our cultural heritage. And this government has determined that it will transform Queen's Park as a hub of arts and culture in this country, and that the NCF, the National Cultural Foundation, is to be relocated to the transformed Queen's Park. And Barbados Tourism Investment Inc., again, has been selected as the executing agency to manage the proposed development. But there are other areas within Barbados and in Bridgetown that fall under BTII. There's the Hyatt Hotel, the proposed Hyatt Hotel. There's also the proposed Massey Pierhead land, 7 acres of Massey-owned land at the Pierhead. And this was acquired by a Trinidadian company, and we expect at some time in the very near future to see some building going up there with respect to tourism development, whether it is condos, it is villas, whatever. And Mr. Speaker, Fort Willoughby. These are just some of the sites that I have listed here. But I want to end on 2 other sites that we have entrusted the BTII to refurbish, rehabilitate, Constitutional River. When you travel around Halls Road and you look at the Constitutional River, that's in the constituency of the city. But I know that the member for St. Michael's South Central, she takes pride in owning that area because most of our people traverse and work in that area, and I want to congratulate her for the focus that she has placed on the Halls Road area. And I know she's proud of the work that BTIA has done on phase 3 of the Constitutional River. I ain't stopping there. Golden Square Freedom Park. This project is indeed touted all over the world. I recently came from a holiday, a 2-week holiday, and I thank my Prime Minister for seeing it fit. I really needed a rest to give me the rest. And, you know, I was in Manhattan one afternoon, and of course I have this strong Bajan accent. I speak Bajan, and someone said to me, "Where are you from?" I said, "St. George." And the person said they just came from Barbados and the Golden Square Freedom Park. They were looking for their name. I said, are you Barbadian? They said, no, but they have links. And because the Weeks family is connected to them, they were looking for the Weeks family. And they took a picture of the wall and they showed me where the Weeks are located on that wall. And they had their little granddaughter pointing the finger to the Weeks family. And I want to thank the Prime Minister as I stand here that Golden Square Freedom Park, I know the member for St. George North, it is dear to her as well. The member for St. Michael East, the member for the city. And I would say all members of this great party, we thank the Prime Minister for the vision that she has in ensuring that we have a place. It is of great historic and cultural significance and is a fitting tribute to national hero Clement Payne. And this was done under our tenure, completed in September 2021 at an estimated cost of $8 million Barbados dollars. There's a saying you have to spend money to make money. And if I only give you that snapshot of me passing through Manhattan and hearing someone mention Golden Square Freedom Park, and I know this park is world renowned, and the role of BTII is to develop other areas within the environs of Bridgetown, stretching from St. Lawrence Gap all the way down to the Bridgetown port. That is what we call development. Barbados, under this government, will indeed retain its rightful place as the Caribbean #1 tourism attraction. And I go further, not only in the Caribbean, but the work that we are doing, not only on the BTIA, but by this government. I would go as far as Caribbean and Latin America. Because we are rivaling, if we are number 9th in the world prior to COVID as it relates to the number of tourists versus our population, 3.4 tourists to every Barbadian in this country, and that was classified as 9th. Then, when we have finished our urban regeneration and rehabilitation, not only of Bridgetown, but of all our towns, Old Town, Spikestown, Oysterstown, Bridgetown. And when BTII finds the investor, when we relocate our civic center from Old Town, when we give to them this 5,200, and I don't want to misquote the figure, 5,246.4 square meters of land at 6 months. I say to you, Barbados, I say to you, the Lord Chamber, we are indeed on our way again, as Kofi Annan rightfully mentioned, as a country that punches above its weight. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to detain this chamber any longer, but I will end by saying these resolutions were certified by the Attorney General, and they are in order for consideration by this Honourable House. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged. Resolution now passed since they were done in a cognate debate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Beg to second that and reserve the right to speak.
Honourable for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, as you have indicated, as the member for St. Peter, always conscious of the fact that the returning officer, now retired principal of the All Saints Primary, told me exactly that on the night of the election. And so when I come to this chamber, I do not resign as minister, but I enter and I sit in this spot, conscious that I represent those who sent me here. In that regard, I will use the opportunity to wish both the members of the chamber, but you must forgive me if I say more so those who sent me here, much prosperity and all best wishes for 2023. We've had a challenging period, and I don't think we should fool either ourselves or our constituents that we have arrived or we've passed all of the challenges. We are still in a challenging period because, as many have heard over and over, we feel that we're coming out of the COVID period, but then we're into war and disruption and inflation and high oil and other kinds of prices and supply chain challenges. So that challenges remain, but the resolute nature of all of us is, I believe, equal to the task. And on behalf of the people who I represent, my people in St. Peter, we believe that joining together with all the rest of us as a country, we can get through whatever economic or social or geopolitical scenarios may throw at us. I rise also as the representative of my people to support the resolution and the two that are part of the cognate debate, which relate to the vesting of a parcel of land or 3 parcels of land at what I will call, as a St. Peter person, the area around Nikki Beach. That's how we refer to it. I'm not getting into the technical things for the minister who led the debate. This is the land that encloses the Nikki Beach area. And I support this resolution, these resolutions very strongly, because Nikki Beach, as the Honourable Member for St. George South indicated, operated, but then closed. And what we have in that location today is what my predecessor as Member of Parliament would call an unused asset. We have a property, or we have land, that is not being used to benefit the people of the surrounding districts. So that is to say, Retreat on the south, Sixmens on the north, and maybe you can say Maynards to the east. It is not providing any economic activity that they can benefit from. That is not tenable for the people of St. Peter. It is not tenable for those who live around the area. And so a government like the government that we are a part of is a government that will do all that it can to put that asset back into a position where it can afford the residents and the country benefit in terms of economic activity. Now, the economic activity to which I speak, the Honourable Member who piloted the bill spoke to jobs, and jobs is one aspect of the economic activity. because businesses, once established, will have to hire persons to operate the business and to keep it going and to maintain the facilities. So jobs are one thing. But Mr. Speaker, there are other economic benefits from having some kind of economic, and I believe it will be, whenever it all is said and done, something that relates to the tourism industry. I'm not going to get too deep into that because that's where I spent most of my life. But I want to say in that regard that Six Mains has emerged, or if I am true to my St. Peter heritage, we are not boastful people. So let me back up to say is emerging as maybe the premier community tourism location in this country. The premier community tourism location in this country. I'm not talking about tourism product that is located in a community. I am talking about community tourism. Those of us who are tourism practitioners understand the difference. Community tourism has to do not just with the location of the tourism product or the tourism entity, but the fact that the residents of the community are fully integrated into the tourism experience of those who visit that tourism product. And so we find on any given day, and I can tell you that if you go to Six Mains maybe now, at almost 4:30, you will see visitors either at Brady's, at the stalls, at Joan, some on the beach. They may have already come back in from swimming with the turtles. Yeah, they will already be back in from swimming with the turtles. That would have occurred earlier today. But this is an environment where community has embraced the understanding of extending a welcome to visitors, sharing of your culture with visitors. And therefore, Mr. Speaker and members of the chamber, any development that brings additional visitors to the area will be welcomed by the people of Six Mains, and by extension, the people I represent in St. Peter. And in that regard, I have to thank the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. They have worked with us well in Six Mains to facilitate the kind of development that we want to see. And they've helped us with a couple of projects. St. Peter's Day. Most recently, we brought the police band to Six Mains during Christmas. That was, Mr. Speaker, with all due respects to those who represent constituencies in St. Michael, enjoying the police band on the beach at Six Mains is a little bit different to enjoying the police band in the park. And I'm saying a little bit different just so that I am not too harsh on my colleagues. But I was there on that evening, and it is an experience. And all the visitors who were there really experienced being able to look at the police band with the sea in the background, hearing the waves and the tonal quality of the waves splashes, interacting with the clarinets and the violins and the drums. Mr. Speaker, you should have been there to really experience it. And so I thank the BTMI for the collaboration where that is concerned. And I already have the commitment of the new Minister of Tourism, the Honourable Member of St. Michael West Central, in regard to making sure that community tourism is strengthened even more in this country. And then the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke to Spike Sound. He indicated that I would correct him when I spoke, but I did it before he spoke. I didn't want to. But he is correct that in many respects, we see Six Mains as an extension of Spike Sound, in many respects. As a matter of fact, we had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of sharing as a Spike Sound task force with the Thorne Commission on Local Governance. And with respect to identifying what would be considered Speightstown as a municipal area, we indicated that it would extend from the same point the honourable member spoke to, Sherman's, from Fishpot, from that area further south past Speightstown, but including Six Mains, because we see Six Mains is the fishing village of Speightstown. And so the impact of activity at the area between Six Mains and Retreat is an area where any development will bring almost immediate benefit to Speightstown as well. And so both the residents and the business stakeholders in Speightstown, and when we say business stakeholders in Speightstown, we include very prominently our wayside vendors. All of the business stakeholders in Speightstown will benefit if there is visitor activity that comes to this area, which we refer to as the Nikki Beach area. I, as a member of Parliament for the constituency, also need to say to my constituents, those who I represent in this place, you would have heard the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member, speak to the abandonment of a road and the construction of a new road. And I give the assurance to the residents that travel from south to north and north to south on that road will not be impeded. That is already discussed, debated, agreed. As a matter of fact, this government that I'm a part of is not the kind of government that would, plan foolish. We already understand that in order to make the shift, the new access will have to be constructed first before we deal with the existing one. And the movement east is just a matter of a few meters. So it is not a significant move inland. When the term inland is used, one may misinterpret it to mean half of a kilometer. But we're really talking about just a few meters, a few meters to the east of the existing carriageway, the existing roadway. And so I give the undertaking to the residents of Six Mains and to the residents of St. Lucie, our neighbor, who use that road, that their movement will not be impeded in any movement of the road from where it is to just a few meters north. Now, the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke about the stretch from Brighton to Sherman's, Port St. Charles, from Fishpot to Brighton, that area, Sherman's to Brighton. And he spoke about protecting the coast. Now, sufficient that he has spoken about protecting the coast, I then am compelled to remind those in authority in that area that the protection that the Honourable Member for St. George South speaks about must include protecting the bar that he spoke about. And so the area by Brady's Bar is eroding constantly. We have made representation to those who are responsible. I take this opportunity to call on them to get up off of their sit down and do what is necessary to make sure that that shed does not fall into the sea again. People's livelihoods depend on that. People's social interaction depends on that. Those who are responsible have to do something about it. I've already visited the area with the former Minister for the Blue Economy. I also visited the area with the Coastal Zone Management Unit. Gabions are to be built. Yes, and the Minister for the Environment, we visited. What is to be done is already known. Time is passing, and somebody is, well, pusharking is not the word that you use in this honorable chamber, but I'm just maybe reverting to St. Peter talk. People have to do what needs to be done to make sure that our coast is protected, not just for visitors, but for the people who live in Six Mains, for the people who earn their living in Six Mains. There is also mentioned, the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke to a piece of land that was acquired for the public purpose of housing. And because that was mentioned, I am again constrained to say to the residents of Six Mains, who may be wondering when that mention of land acquired for the public purpose of housing, how that impacts their state of limbo. And that is what it is, a state of limbo. From the 1970s, the residents of Six Mains don't know whether they're coming or going in relation to land tenure. Now, that is a matter that cannot continue, but I want to say to the residents of Six Mains that government continues to explore all possible opportunities to make sure that the matter, which is currently a court matter, Mr. Speaker, you would probably say sub judice. I have not learned Latin and those kind of terms. But we call it a court matter in the court. And because of that, there are certain restrictions on what we can proceed to do. But I want to give the assurance to the residents that this Barbados Labour Party has not forgotten them, have not taken our eyes off of the issue, and that we are still under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East. She has commissioned one of us to continue exploring the solution to what has become an issue that is going on for far too long. And so I must say that to my people in Six Mains. They ask me all the time about the matter, and I use this opportunity sufficient that it was mentioned to some degree in the submission to give that reassurance. Before I conclude, I need to add my voice to the thanks given to BTI, Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc., for work done. The Honourable Member for St. George South may not have known, but the development at Spikestown in relation to the drainage and the flood mitigation phase 2, flood mitigation project, was undertaken by Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be able to say that ever since the completion of that project, fingers are still crossed, I don't knock wood, but I'm still hopeful that we have addressed the flooding issues for Gills Terrace. And I realized this morning that the sign that says Gills Terrace needs to be properly positioned. It seems as though a truck or a bus may have hit it. But we don't have the issue at Gills Terrace that we had. We don't have the issue in the immediately surrounding area that we used to. And that is thanks to the work of Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I must also commend the unselfishness of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, who, while she was dealing with her pet project at Constitution River, was also dealing with my pet project at Spikestown. And so they were worked on simultaneously. And out of that flood mitigation project, we were able to get a small park, which is just between the canal and the Chefette Car Park in Spikestown, behind what we in St. Peter know as the Old Manning Building. And so the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. has been very good in terms of its efficiency. We were able to get some road rehabilitation done at Roundy Town as well. And so in the hearing of the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, I would just want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, while he can hear me, that there is the outstanding matter of the vending facility at Six Mains. It is outstanding not necessarily fully because of BTI, because BTI has presented to us a first sketch of what the redeveloped vending area at Six Mens could look like. We are to have further discussions, but I just wanted him to be aware so that he can push his people while I push my people, and we can move to get the kind of a facility that whenever the area that we are vesting today has been developed, that the vendors who operate at Six Mens, and those vendors are not all from St. Peter. There are a couple of vendors also from St. Lucie, and you will know that St. Peter and St. Lucie, we work together. There are some other parishes that would want to secede on their own. If we were going to secede, it would be with St. Lucie. But we work with St. Lucie very closely, and so we want that our common constituents, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, myself, our common constituents would be able to benefit from the development of the area being invested today. And that will mean that the BTI will need to move on developing the area. And we look forward really to that area, which is 20 steps maybe. Well, 20 of mine, maybe 25 of yours, Mr. Speaker. But a short distance away, that area can be developed in a way to reflect the fact that Six Mens is our fishing village. We've had fishing at Spikestown, but our fishing village is at Six Mens. So at Six Mens, we are asking not just for the vending area. We visited with Prime Minister as well, Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, and we spoke about, along with Coastal Zone, about having a jetty done, having a repository, a tank for petrol, for boats, and also having proper ice for the boats that will come. I am confident that once this land is developed, and it is developed for tourism purposes, that those who reside there temporarily and who venture away from that spot, even if they walk for 2 or 3 minutes, will be able to enjoy what Six Mens currently has to offer and what it will have to offer once BTI and us as stakeholders down there do what we have to do to develop the area. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy about this vesting. I see significant benefits. I see, as Member of Parliament for the area, no downsides. And I commend this vesting to this Honourable Chamber, but not just to this chamber. I commend this vesting to the people I represent, particularly those on the coast, who I am sure will be significant beneficiaries of the activity that this pertains to bring to the area. And with that, with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for George South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a smile. You know, the member for St. Peter, he's very precise. Precision is his game. And I want to thank him for his contribution to this debate, and not only this debate, he spoke eloquently on behalf of BTIA, but he also spoke passionately and direct to the people of St. Peter. And that is what we call true representation when you come to these hallowed chamber. I wish to recognize, as I close this debate, my very good friend, and I'm looking directly at him. He's a young man I have a lot of admiration for, the member for St. Michael West. Don't mind I had to pass you hastily on Saturday, but the member for St. Michael West is the chairman of BTIA, and I want to thank him. Since he came to that post as chairman, we as a government not saying chairmen before him or chairladies before him or chairwomen before him did not do justice to the government. But I have been following him, and I know that with him as chairman, along with the good board that he has, that we will indeed see the development that will benefit not only investors, but the people of this country. And sir, I want to recognize you as I close. Now, just 2 points to raise, and again, the member for St. Peter jogged my memory here. And I don't want to say jog my memory, but he caused me to make 2 notes. And the first one is, and I want to thank him for assuring the people of the North, not only of the North, because I traveled on that road when I was from Central, and I worked in the North. And I thank you for assuring the people that the road abandonment will not stop persons from traveling on the road. And the Highways Act make provision for that. You can't just abandon the road and leave people to travel where. It's part of the process. Road abandonment under the Highways Act, and we had the good Attorney General here who can tell you that the Highways Act and the member for Christchurch East, Highways Act makes provisions for persons to drive on abandoned road. But also what we have done here, not only has the Act done that, but we have made provisions for persons to traverse on this road day in, day out. So I want to thank you, member for St. Peter, for raising it. And the other point here, the whole aspect of jobs. You know, when you travel to St. Peter and you leave Port St. Charles and you leave Port Ferdinand, and you have places like Six Men's Village, Moontown, you get this spillover effect from tourists in those areas. I know the member for St. Peter, he can attest to that, because many of days in St. Peter, in St. Lucie, have, working, and I call the member for St. Lucie to join me. And we know at that establishment that was recently closed, that was run by a former member of St. Lucie, who recognized that 30 was greater than 70. That's probably why things happened that way, because he had the numbers mixed up. But we spent a lot of time there, and we can call him our friend, even though we had to chastise our friend at the polls. But we can call him our friend because we spent money at his establishment, and we use his establishment to meet and greet people. But little did he know back then that the current member for St. Lucie and I, we were meeting and greeting people on our behalf and not on his behalf. And we were able to attract those persons to this great party. And that is why we are here sitting in these chambers, because we walk the talk. We spend many a days in Six Men's, we spend many a days in St. Lucie, we spend many a days all over in the North, along with the member for St. Peter. And I want to say that they have taught me in the North. And I know every nook and cranny in St. Lucie and most in St. Peter. Not all in St. Peter, member for St. Peter. So this spill off with jobs, in those areas, and small businesses. The member for St. James South will attest to this. When you have a massive hotel or development of that sort with FDI, what happens to inland persons? Persons set up their small businesses. And, we often use the phrase that we're in first slip waiting to catch the ball. But when those persons leave those big hotels or whatever hotel it is, if not big, medium size, they go inland to the villages, because some of the tourists love local attractions. And I am telling you, a development such as these will propel small business in this country, in rural Barbados, in the urban corridor, throughout the length and breadth of Barbados, whether it is on the south coast, it is on the west coast, Gold Coast, it is on the east coast. We recognize that small businesses benefit from tourism development projects, So, Mr. Speaker, I will not detain the House any longer, but it is in accordingly now I propose to seek Parliament approval again for these 3 resolutions now before the House, to vest these 3 parcels of state land comprising 5,246.4 square meters at 6 Men's in St. Peter in the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. for the purpose of tourism development. And I here beg that this resolution now pass. I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker.
I remember this is resolution in accordance with the order number 7. Right. Right. The question is that the aforementioned resolution do not pass. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Resolution number 8 now, sir. Yeah, right, is that- yeah. Right. That's 7. Yes, it's 8.
Yeah.
Order number 8, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. of the parcel of land, property of the state, situate at Retreat 6 Men's in the parish of St. Peter in this island, for the public purpose of tourism development. And this, Mr. Speaker, this resolution deals with the property contained is lot G1 and 45.7 square meters in rural reserve and in lot G2.
That resolution number 8, I beg to move the passing of this resolution in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown's Land Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225, to approve the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. of the parcel of land, the property of the state situated at Retreat 6 Men's in the parcel of St. Peter, this island, for the public purpose of tourism development. I beg that this resolution now pass.
The question is that the aforementioned resolution do not pass. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 9, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 28C of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. of the parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at 6 Men's in the parish of St. Peter in this island, for the public purpose of tourism development. And so as to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this relates to the land that was formerly that of SP Mustard and Son and Company, and now is on the 6 Men's plantation. Now we're formerly part of Port St. Charles Development.
All members, George South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that resolution number 9 now pass.
Questions that the aforementioned resolution do not pass. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. All right, member.
Speaker, this brings us to the end of our business for the day. Beg to move that this Honourable House do now stand adjourned until January 24th. 24th?
Yes, 17.
Yes, thank you. At 10 a.m. I know you're expecting me to say in the forenoon.
10 a.m.
Just to be redundant, but I will resist the temptation.
Honourable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, speaking on the adjournment today, I feel that, and I see members looking at me as if wondering what on earth I could be speaking to acknowledge. I wish to have this chamber acknowledge the passing today of Sir Frank Aline, who served in the Senate between 1991 to 1994. The Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, did share an earlier tribute on behalf of the government and people of Barbados, but I do believe that as we are in this place today, the day of his passing, that we need to acknowledge the contribution made by Sir Frank to the country, to the work of governance in Barbados, to the field of economics, to academia, to teaching, to nation building in this country. Now, Sir Frank and I often and usually disagreed on matters of economics, and in these matters we were peers, but in every other way, he was my elder in this field. And I do wish to recognize him as such. He was a man who had a passion for teaching and who thought that it was important that people of his generation and generations to come made such a contribution. And I don't wish to give any obituary speech in this regard, but simply to acknowledge on the adjournment today his passing and to give our condolences to, I believe he's survived by his wife Elvira and to his 4 daughters. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Member, he taught me my first economic course in 1978 at University of the West Indies, so I'm very familiar with, I'm very familiar with Sir Frank Aline. The question is that this Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th day of January at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th day of January 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.